warms up seeing what they want to show us.
So this is an opportunity for us to see for ourselves, you know, what they feel about their interactions in the lab and all of that.
And there's a tremendous amount of excitement. You can feel it already with the people who are arriving and with the guests who are arriving. And this is, I think, a first step in really studying the impact and then communicating that impact through some of the events that are going to be happening here today.
Airtad, the annual Impact Roundtable, you know, was crafted as a platform to showcase the good work of the Nyamansa model. And today we're looking at the competition that the kids and the schools will participate in. That competition is what is going to spur the kids on, and we are more excited to, you know, look forward to who's going to be the winner today and give them the best of awards.
One thing we noticed is that there is droughts where we live. So we thought of making the automatic irrigation system so that even when the climate change fails us, we can use this system to water our plants and then even plants at periods when we don't plant.
This is to solve, or we build it to solve our problem we are facing in Gambia. This is the robot arm, and this is the color sorter.
It will detect the rubbish and it's open by itself.
Really?
And closed by itself. Just like food.
Okay. All right.
My name is Jafet Ayiku. I serve as the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is a New York-based nonprofit organization that is dedicated to intervening in social problems and issues in sub-Saharan Africa. As a person, I founded the LNA Memorial Academy, where we are today. The LNA Academy is a family-owned school. I founded it back in 1998 or so, somewhere there. So I've been running this school for a long time, and I've always been involved in the school. The LNA stands for Lillian and Abraham. It's a school that I founded in memory of my own parents who passed away, Lillian, my mother, Abraham, my father. And my primary objective for founding this school is to provide the best education for the poor, so that the children of the poor can have the same advantage as the children of the rich people in Ghana. LNA is the second school in the country to benefit from the Yamrasa model of a sustainable education development. So we built a 35-seater computer center here. So far we have built 8 of these computer centers in the country.
I am very happy to be back. And I'm especially delighted because this is one of our original labs, so seeing all of the improvements will be really exciting. As far as I understand, there are 2 modules or components being added. One that's easier to explain is the solar panel, and that was the suggestion of Second Lady Samira Balamia, and suggested when we dedicated, I think, Lab 4, that it would be good to have solar panels for backup when the grid fails. So that, I believe, is being added to the school. However, when the Yale Alumni Service Corps originally came to Yamalansa, they envisioned the ICT Center as having a number of other functions, and one included a home economics lab or set of rooms that the schools could use along with the ICT Center.
We wanted to build a science lab for the school. It turns out that the president of the Helping Africa Foundation, a lady by the name of Dr. Deborah Rose, she lost her husband early this year, and the husband is Jan Stolwick. He happens to be an environmental scientist, at Yale University. So I said, wow, if I'm going to be building a science lab, what better name to give the science lab than in honor of Jan Stoic?
I'm very enthused about the lab. It's been a dream come true because we had been having a lot of stress, having practicals, carrying stuff up and down. So now that the lab is in and it's well stocked, I don't know what to say. I'm so enthused about it.
My name is Albert IT Mentor. I'm actually the ICT teacher of Yamaransa Lab 2 that is situated in LNE Memorial Academy at New Barry CP. Among so many schools in Ghana, in Accra, and also in our community, LNE was selected. Words of thanksgiving are not enough for the founders, that is Helping Africa Foundation and Friends of Yamaransa. We are really grateful for their help. Without them, there are many things that we wouldn't be having in this very school and in this community.
The Yamaransa Model Lab initially started with just an ICT center. Now we have a makerspace, which is for robotics. We also have an auxiliary home economics center, and we have conference rooms. All this came about because we had effective stakeholder consultation. So stakeholder consultation being important to what we do is highly efficient, and it makes.
Well, hello everybody, good morning, and welcome to Airtad 23 Annual Impact Roundtable Discussion and Robotics Competition. My name is Kafui Day, happy to be here for the second year running, and if it is anything like it was last year, you're going to have a great time, So put your hands together for yourselves, you've been great. And today we are doing exhibitions and roundtable discussions, and tomorrow will be the day for the robotics competition. I like the way they've jazzed things around this year. They're always trying to innovate to make things better, and that's the spirit that should run behind all the stuff that we do. It's my pleasure now to bring onto the stage the project manager and team lead for Implementers to give us her introductory remarks. Let's welcome Lauren Isiama Yeboah.
President of the Helping Africa Foundation, Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, the Deputy Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, the Project Director for Implementers, the friends and promoters of the Yamaransa model, our friends and representatives from the Yamaransa model, and some representatives of our stakeholder and STEM institutions, the Tech Aid and Implementers team. I'm standing on all existing protocols, and I hope you've had a good morning. My name, as you heard Kafui mention, is Lauren Isiama Yeboah. I'm the project manager and team lead for Implementers. And Implementers is the project management organization that partners with the Helping Africa Foundation to bring upon the Yamaransa Model Labs program. And I'd like to thank you all for coming to this event today. It is an actual great pleasure to be able to welcome you today, because I know you probably have traveled from far and near places to come here, and we are grateful for your company. Our event here, Airtad 2023, is the second event, the sophomore event, and we had fun witnessing the interesting things that came out last year. We had a lot of diverse conversations. We had some mind-blowing projects being presented by our representatives from all the labs from Ghana and Gambia. And we were able to see some of these interesting impact stories that came up from the Yamaransa model last year. Now for this year, we are also going to do something similar, but then we just have a little twist to it. So our focus and objective for this year is to focus more on STEAM education, and then also how the Yamaransa model contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. And so the theme for this event today is the Yamaransa Model Labs program, building an inclusive and sustainable STEAM education for all. As you all know, the Yamaransa Model Lab has continued to make some tremendous impact on so many communities in Ghana and in Gambia as well. So it is needless to say that we should not amplify these great stories. It is actually very deserving to continue to share the successes of the program and how it contributes to sustainable development. And so Airtad, which is now going to be an annual event, will continue to communicate this in so many ways. The Helping Africa Foundation, which is a funder of the Yamansa model, has had a great vision for the Yamansa Model Labs program. And we are very proud to say that we are partners for this program. We are also very happy to continue to be part of this great initiative. I would also gladly borrow a comment from our project director, who always says that we have no idea where we'll be in the next 5 to 10 years, but we can confidently say that we are proud to be part of this program. For today, we are going to see very interesting things. I am very, very grateful to the implementers and Tech Aid team because they have continued to be committed to this event and this program to make sure that we have a successful event. As you can see, you see all this nice setup to see all these kids here today with their projects to present today. So I would say thank you to the implementers and Tech Aid team for working together to ensure that we have a very successful event today. For the next 2 days, we are going to witness a couple of things. Kafri briefly said a little bit, but for today, we're going to have exhibitions. So the students are going to present some of the interesting projects that they were able to come up with, and we'll be seeing all of that. We are also going to be witnessing a couple of roundtable discussions on diverse conversations to how the Yamansa model contributes to STEAM education and how we can also incite innovation through STEAM education. We hope you're going to have as much fun as we did planning this event, and we are looking forward to you having a good time today. So sit back and relax as we continue to explore what we have for you today. So thank you all and have a good time.
Lauren, thank you very much for your opening remarks. So now we have exhibitions by the Yamansa Model Labs. And so this is what's going to happen. I'm going to be going over to the other side where the exhibitors are proudly standing by their exhibits. And I'll go with the judges. And then we'll have a look at what they have been doing. The rest of you will stay here and through the power of technology be able to see exactly what we're doing. So the whole idea is not to clutter up the space and just try and keep it nice and flowing. So I'm stepping over with the judges right now. The rest of you just sit here, sit back, enjoy. The link will definitely get you to see exactly what we're doing as we check out the exhibitions. We will be breaking for snack at the time, 11 o'clock, and then we'll come back at 11:30 for the first round table, which is on the Yamansa Model Lab program, contributing to STEAM education in Ghana and West Africa, to be moderated by Jemima Okai, Assistant Impact Manager at Implementers. So it's now time for our exhibitions. Where are my judges? Just raise your hands if you're a judge. Oh, they're over there. Lauren, are they over there? So I'm going to meet the judges over there, and then hopefully you will see me doing my thing. All right, so enjoy. So I'm taking my tool. You should be able to hear me when I get there. All right. So here we go. So, Jemima, where are my exhibitors? Where are the judges?
They're all here.
All right. Awesome. So how are we going? Okay.
You're all welcome again. So this is the exhibition section of the annual Impact Roundtable discussions, and we have all the labs very poised to show action about the things that they have learned using the makerspace and then even the Edge Lab, and they are here to display projects in sustainable development goals, and they are so poised as we can see them on their feet and ready to roll. So we will begin with Yamansa, that is YM Lab 1 from the Central Region. Hi. Hi. So introduce yourselves and then let's go into your project.
Please, my name is Rafael Akobedu, and then we put this project this project is about 2 sustainable development goals. We have the irrigation system and the pulse,
Okay.
the health. So I'll give it to my.
Right.
This is Sustainable Development Goal 2.
All right.
Which is about agriculture. We've recognized that during dry seasons, our farmers can't cultivate. So we considered and made this irrigation system so that we can irrigate our farms during dry seasons so that we can still cultivate.
Okay.
Can you display it so that we see how it works? Okay. We will switch. We turn the switch on.
All right. Oh, can you bring the camera here? Oh, the water. This is like the Israeli irrigation system, whereby you have limited water and you want to water your resources. Wonderful. So you don't need too much water to keep your plants irrigated.
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. What's the name of this irrigation plant? Yamransa irrigation plant. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. That's wonderful. So it's supported by solar?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, amazing. Let's give it a round to Lab 1.
We said.
Oh, they have another project to show us. Okay, let's go.
This is the pulse sensor.
All right.
We made this pulse sensor so that we can check our heartbeat or the pulse rate in our various communities.
Oh, wow.
So when we check it and it is abnormal, we can seek for medical attention.
Right.
And this is how it works. You hold this. This is the pulse sensor.
Okay.
You hold this firmly. The light emitting diode will be blinking, showing your heartbeat, and it can be also determined here.
So can I test it?
Yes.
Will you be able to tell if my pulse is at the right rate?
Yes.
Okay, are you reading it on the screen?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So can you tell? I should touch it. So it's reading the red light.
Yes.
Oh, so how do you know if my heart rate is beating at the right, rate? All right, you see it on the screen. And what is it reading now? I should hold it firmly. Right. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Yamransa Model Lab 1. Thank you. Let's clap for them. Okay, so we are at Yamransa Model Lab 2. So take us through your project.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day.
Welcome to our booth. My name is Prince Kemalso, and my colleague here is Blessing Luchu.
Okay.
We are representatives from the Nyamransa Model Lab 2.
Right.
Our first project is under agriculture.
Okay.
We all know that agriculture is one of the main branches that builds a nation's economy. Well, today we'll be tackling on animal farming. Ooh. Farm animals need regular and effective feeding to make them strong and healthy.
Right.
But in certain situations, whereby the farmer is busy or forgets to feed the animal becomes weak and hungry. Other farmers would like to employ caretakers to take care of their farm animals' feeding process, which is very expensive. In other cases, whereby there is a disease outbreak among farm animals, which is similar to the 2007 bird flu, which killed most people.
Wow.
It scares the farmer from getting closer to the animals to feed them.
That's true.
Due to this reason, my colleague and I have come up with an innovative project which is going to feed pets and farm animals automatically without human intervention.
It's innovative.
I therefore introduce to you our automatic feeder.
Wow.
We designed this project by using simple components such as an Arduino Uno board, jumper wires, motor, plastic materials like cardboard and the plastic container, and a buzzer which produces sound to alert the animal it's time for feeding.
Cling, 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 cling.
According to our project, it's been designed to feed our pets 3 times a day, which is morning, afternoon, and evening. So assuming I'm a farmer and I'm to leave for other important stuff, I just have to pour the feed into the compartment.
Will you be inside their house, their pen?
Yes, so wherever you've located your project at, you just go there and pour the feed into the compartment.
Okay.
After that, you power the machine. It can be powered with a battery, but I prefer using a laptop.
Okay.
So as you can see, the LCD is displaying information from the lab we are from, which is Namaransa Model Lab 2, and the time of the day, which is morning. So in 15 seconds from now, a portion of the morning feed will be dispensed onto the animal's bowl, to alert the animal that it's time for feeding.
Oh, so we'll hear the sound?
Yes, so there is a sound.
Oh!
So if you observed, there is a sound which alerted the animal it's time for feeding.
Okay.
Then followed by the afternoon feed, which will also be dispersed in 30 seconds from now.
Okay.
The LCD is designed here to show the pet owner or the farmer how feeding began and how feeding ended. So it follows by the next feed. So before I continue, I would like to give you a schematic diagram of how we designed our project.
Okay.
So you can have this to the camera. Then it follows afternoon feed. Then it follows by the last feed of the day. Not to forget, the compartment can contain wet food and dry food as well.
Right. Our chickens are sorted.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Evening feed dispersed.
Then the last feed of the day. We have the greatest belief that if all farmers purchase this automatic feeder, it's going to help bring a stop to delayment of foodstuffs in the market because they would not have to spend much time on their farm animals feeding. Nevertheless, this project can be used by pet owners as well. In the near year, we see to it that our project would contain a liquid compartment attached to it and also a solar panel in case the battery goes low. Our next project here has to do with climatic change. Africa has a minimum density of weather stations. It is a problem top climatic scientists, local meteorologists, and rural farmers all desperately want to solve. Farmers depend on the weather condition to grow their plants, and also meteorologists depend on the climatic change to inform people about the current weather condition. We have therefore come out with a prototype of a weather station which can help read accurate humidity and temperature data within geographical areas. Our project was designed using both simple and complex components. It's programmed in such a way that immediately the temperature becomes too high, there is a siren which starts to blow to alert people about the current weather condition. Let's see how it works. This blower in my hands is going to serve as a source of heat. Currently, the temperature in this room is 24 degrees. So let's see what will happen when the sensor receives the heat.
Okay.
As you can see, the temperature starts to increase.
Yes.
When it crosses the limit, which we know is dangerous to humanity,
Okay.
the siren will start to blow. And we all know that.
Ah. So this is a temperature that is not right for humanity.
Like it reads the temperature of an area,
Yes.
whether the place is hot.
Yeah.
In the near future, we see to it that our project will be able to read data within space.
Okay. So that means that if we hear the beeps, it means the siren. It shows that the weather,
The weather is
temperature
too hot.
is too
And
hot
also it's going to help farmers know the kind of plants
to grow
to
at a
grow
particular
during
time.
this particular time.
Wow, wow, wow.
Our last project
have
tackles
just 1
the issue
minute.
of sanitation.
Right.
Poor sanitation has over the years become a great skank in our society. We have therefore come out with a robot which is automated to clean and dry floors automatically without any human intervention.
Okay.
Our robot is called Smart.
Smart.
Smart was designed using simple and complex components like the Arduino Uno board, jumper wires for connection, and motors. It also has a sensor which directs it around to avoid obstacles. Our motor has two main components which helps it to dry, which are the mop and the fan. Once the mop is cleaning, the fan blows air to dry the place. Let's see how it works. Supposing this place was to be wet, I'll just have to power my robot and it will start to clean. And when it's cleaning and there's an obstacle ahead, the ultrasonic sensor will detect the obstacle and it will change its direction. Our robots can only clean on smooth surfaces like tiles and not on woolen carpets.
Okay.
For now, our robots can only clean but we hope to advance it in order for it to suck waste substances as well. Hence, it can be used in companies and at work and at homes too.
Oh, so you don't need to be cleaning with the rag on the floor. This one will just clean the tiles, the terrazzos at home for us. Wonderful.
We have the strongest belief that we're smart. Poor sanitation will be a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you so, so, so much. Wow. Thank you, Yamransa Model Lab 2. We will go to Yamransa Model Lab 3 at Setredumase, Ejura Setredumase. Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Are you ready to show us your project?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Introduce yourself and then introduce your project.
Please, I'm Didri Stella from Yamransa Lab 3 in the Ashanti region, Ejura Setredumase. Our project is a rain sensor. One thing we've noticed is that our weather forecasting stations only forecast the weather condition in towns and cities, but they are not able to forecast weather conditions in our villages where we mostly farm. Okay. So we made a simple machine that can be able to sense rain and alert the farmers in a local area where they usually farm. Right. Yes, it will help the farmers so much because as the humidity rises, there is higher chance of rainfall. So you'll be able to know that, oh, with this humidity, tomorrow it might rain. And you know when to plant and when not to plant. And after harvesting, you know when to harvest too. After harvesting, you know how to keep your goods so that the rain will not destroy them. That's one thing we've noticed has been happening in Ghana. They harvest it and leave it in the farms, and then the rain will destroy everything, and we will not have food to export. So we are focusing on the agricultural sector.
Right.
Yes. So right now it is showing that status clear. That means there's no sign of rain. Okay. Yes, in local areas where there is dew and humidity, it will show it. So once there is rain, it will alert the farmer.
Okay, so when it rains on this sensor?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to us, why is it beeping?
Yes, it is beeping to alert you that it's raining. Okay. So this supports the farmers. Yes, in local areas, they can use this.
So before it rains, what happens?
It will show you. on the screen.
That is about to rain.
Yes.
Ah,
This
so when
one
it
it
rains,
is
it tells
clear.
you it's
Yes,
raining.
it's raining. So
when
you
it's
know
not raining, it tells
how
you it's not
to
raining.
plan what you do on your farm. Like today I'll do this, I'll harvest on this day because it will rain today, it will not rain today. That way our agricultural system will grow, so that as the population grows, we'll be able to farm enough for us to consume made in Ghana goods and also export for financial support.
Wow. Edras and Chudumasi will need this.
Yes, we really need it because we farm a lot.
Are you done?
Yes.
Oh, please give a hand to Edras and Chudumasi. It's a farming community, so I believe that this will help the farmers plan ahead. Wonderful. So we are at Chogu in the northern region, Yamransa Model Lab 4. Hi, gentlemen.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself and your project.
My name is Muhammad Awal Lukman from Yamransa Model Lab 4, northern region. So our project is Manual X10 Incubator.
Manual what?
X10 X Incubator.
Continue.
So this is Candela.
Candela.
Yes.
Okay.
It's an equipment that we use to separate good eggs from bad eggs.
Okay, good eggs from bad eggs.
Okay.
Right.
So we have two types of incubators. We have the automatic 10x incubator and the manual 10x incubator. Okay. So this is digital control unit. And we have three types of controller units. We are using the digital controller unit, but there is one controller unit which names an analog controller unit. So this screens, one stands for the humidity setting and this one stands for the temperature setting. So this is what we call handle.
Okay.
It helps us to open it and close it.
Okay.
These two buttons, this stands for the bulb inside.
Right.
Okay. So this one is time for when I want on this incubator, I will
Okay.
have to do this.
So the incubator is on now?
Yes.
Okay, so how does it determine that the egg is bad or good?
So the candela here, you will have to on it. When the egg is good or bad, inside the eggs, when it's good, it will be reddish in it, as you can see. But when it is bad, it is reddish. So that means that egg is good.
You have a bad egg here? Okay.
So when the egg is bad, it will be darkness in it.
When the egg is good, you see that the egg is reddish.
Reddish.
But when the egg is bad, it turns dark, black,
Yes.
inside the egg.
Yes.
So what's the light? What is it doing? Is it infrared or what? Egg.
Yes. So we also have the exhaust fan at the back side of the incubator.
Then what? You from here you put the egg inside the incubator. It is a good egg. Then you store it here. Oh, okay. Right.
So this is what we call X3. X3. That is where we put our eggs on. And this sensor, this heater provides the moisture to the eggs to stay healthy. The heater at the back provides the temperature.
Okay.
So the fan at the back works when it is normal. We set it at 28. So when it's reached the 28%, it will switch off itself and now start the exhaust fan at the back to suck out that temperature, which will be harm to the eggs.
Okay, let her continue. Now come in. Tell us more.
This controller unit here, it displays the temperature, the current internal temperature and humidity. So this beaker here, it contains the water, and then here is the humidity heater.
Okay.
So this humidity heater, it heats up the water and provides the moisture or humidity for the eggs. And there are the basic things needed to hatch the egg is temperature, humidity, the turning of the egg, and then the fertility level. So this is the humidity heater. This humidity heater provides the humidity needed for the eggs, while the heater on top provides the temperature needed.
So this will be hatching the eggs.
Yes, the temperature and humidity inside will cause the hatching of the eggs. So this sensor here, it detects the current temperature and humidity, and it is displayed at the
Over here, so that you know the temperature at which the eggs are being hatched.
Yes.
All right.
So when you hear, these buttons here are used for setting the temperature and humidity.
That's right. That's right.
So when you set it and it exceeds the normal set or targeted degree you set it to, this, like assuming, let's say the humidity here, you set it to 60 and it's like 65. The humidity temperature automatically stops, and then the exhaust fan, we have an exhaust fan behind here.
Okay.
So the exhaust fan, it automatically, So this exhaust fan automatically takes over and then starts sucking out the excess humidity obtained,
Okay.
And when it gets to the set temperature, like at 60, then it's the humidity heater starts again.
Okay, so what would be the benefits of we having automatic hatching? Manual hatching, this one.
Okay, the manual turned eggs incubator. When you turn the eggs manually, it enables the embryo inside the eggs to obtain to absorb nutrients and then oxygen, new oxygen. And then also it removes the waste away from the embryo.
So it means that we will be able to hatch eggs faster.
Yes.
To feed our poultry farms.
Yes.
Then we won't be waiting for the hen to, hatch the eggs itself.
Yes.
Wonderful. But before you do that, you test to see if the egg is good or
When
bad.
the eggs about to hatch, you don't leave it in the incubator. You now remove it and put it in a box or a bucket.
All right.
With the correct temperature to be able to complete the hatching process.
Oh, wonderful. Let's clap for Chogu Northern Region. We have manual incubator here for our poultry farms. We are currently moved southwards to Eastern Region, and we are at Chebi Yamransa Model Lab 5. Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. Please introduce yourself and tell us more about your project.
I'm Salom by name. My name is Kofi Salom Togbitete. So this is an excavator. This excavator can be used to lift items in warehouses and drop them at different places. And in our vicinity or place, there are a lot of mining activities taking place there day to day. And due to that, more pits have been created. So with this, we are going to use this to reclaim our land. So this can also serve as different things to pick up stuff at warehouses and drop them at different places. And so this is also under sustainable cities and communities.
Okay. All right. Do you have more to tell us?
Okay, please. Me too. I have a step counter on my leg.
Okay, on your feet here?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes. Please, it helps in good health and well-being. So, as being humans, we have to exercise ourselves and we have to track the steps we will make.
Okay.
So, this step counter will help me know the step I have made. So, if I want to start, I will reset it here. And start making steps.
Okay.
So I...
Come. Okay, let's go back. Is it counting?
Yes.
How many do we have now?
5.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
So this step counter will help me. So I won't use my mind to count.
To be counting the number of steps you've taken in a day.
Yes.
Okay.
And this too is a Ludo.
Okay.
Like a Ludo. It's a game of chance.
Okay.
So please tell me your lucky number from 1 to 6.
3.
Okay. So if I shake it, the number will come.
Okay.
Okay, me too. I will choose 1. 2.
2.
Yes.
Okay. What does it mean?
So please, nowadays, people don't normally have time to sit beside Ludo and playing it. So we can use this microbit to make Ludos and be like in our leisure times, we can use it.
So you mean the dice?
Yes.
So instead of throwing the dice,
yes.
since me Ludo, then we'll just shake it and we'll
Yes.
get to the number we want.
Yes.
Hey, Ludo.
So this is also a hand sanitizer dispenser.
All right.
This works with the help of the ultrasonic sensor. So this sensor shoots rays, and when the rays bounce off a surface, it measures it. So let me demonstrate it here. So if I put my hand underneath it, it's going to dispense it into my hand.
Okay.
So that's how it works.
Automatic sanitizer dispenser.
Sorry.
All right. Okay.
Okay. And this too is a mechanical fan. We use the maker bolt replicator plus to do it, and we use about 2 weeks.
Okay.
And this will help in health. Nowadays, we have seen that there are dust on our keyboards and the rest, our ICT tools. So, getting money to go for a blower to blow the dust away, you can use this.
Hey.
Okay, this is also under sustainable energy, and it's very cheap. It doesn't require any fuel, no electricity, and does not cause pollution.
Let's blow the dust here.
It's too heavy for you to blow.
Oh, very soon we'll be creating some to blow the computers and then. What? So it's blowing air?
Yes.
Ah, then it will be collecting the dust.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So, okay, so that's not the only thing it does. This can also be used to dry stuff when we make it into a larger scale.
Ah, so we can dry our okra,
Yes.
cassava, fukokonte, and all those things. So it's what, a dryer?
Yes, a
mechanical fan.
Mechanical fan. So very soon, Yamansa Model Labs, please come and buy some so that we blow our computers. Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
So
Thank
this
you so
mechanical
much.
fan consists of gears. So this is how the gears are.
So you printed all the things you used to create this from your lab?
Yes, please.
Using the 3D printer. So all the bolts and nuts were created in the lab.
Yes, please.
So you don't need to go to China to buy the parts. Or you
Yes.
need to just come to Chebi to get the parts.
Yes,
Wonderful.
So this is the engine.
You created an engine.
Yes.
You designed this and printed this.
Yes.
Hey, Nyama Koso.
So let me assemble it.
Kantanka number 2.
So let me spin it for you to see. So this is how it works.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Yamransa Model Lab 5 at Chebi from the Eastern region. Let me have this one. We'll come and talk about it later.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to. Thank you. Please clap for us. we are at Yamransa Model Lab 6. We are at the borders of the country in the Volta region, Peki Avetile. Mekwe Befon. So please introduce yourself and tell us about your project.
My name is Shelley Mbarga Bertrand, and we are from Lab 6, from Peki Avetile, from Volta region.
Okay.
And this is water prepaid system.
Prepaid system?
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
This is automatic irrigational system.
Okay.
This is my house, automatic rain detector.
So this is your house,
Yeah.
and then this is the rain detector.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is my smart dustbin.
Smart dustbin.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we start from here? Okay.
Yeah.
Show us. What is it for? What is it about?
So, this water prepaid system, we have an RFID card. So when you scan it, it deposits an amount of water into this barrel. So each card is coded with an amount of water.
Okay.
So, for example, some houses, they are compound houses. So they suffer a lot because some people use more water than
the
others.
other. Okay.
So with this, each of them will have a card. So when they scan and the water is finished, they have to go to the landlord and load again.
Okay.
So
like electricity that we have prepaid,
yes.
now we have water prepaid.
Yes.
Ghana Water Company must come here.
So so we'll demonstrate. So
Yes, please buy water for us here. We need more water.
So when we scan this.
Oh, there's the scanner in here?
Yes. So this card is for 1 liter. So when 1 liter is deposited, then it stops.
It will stop?
Yes.
Ah, so it's like a key
Yes.
that you use to open the tap.
Yes.
So to give you the water that you have paid for.
So this is our hotel card. When you scan it, it won't deposit the water because it's not
So
in the system.
it has to be programmed.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody will have their own. No one will cheat the other.
Yes.
And you dispense the water that you need
Yes.
or you have bought.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. Can we go to the next project?
Hey, this is my house. Now we are in modern Ghana. Yeah. This is my house. Now we are in modern Ghana. When you are in some rooms or some houses, you not know that it is about to rain or it is raining.
Okay.
So this is the rain detector. It is placed on the roof of this one. So sometimes when the cloud is cloudy, it won't rain. But sometimes too, it won't be cloudy, yet it will rain.
Yeah.
So if you have something outside to do, you just have to go out and do it, because when it's drizzling, the water will fall on the the system, and you hear the alarm in your room. So you realize and come out and do whatever you have to do.
Hold on. So I've washed and hung my things outside and I'm
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah.
And then it's about to rain.
You don't
I wouldn't know.
You are not seeing anything.
Yes.
Yet the building is resistant to
Sound.
Yeah.
So as soon as it begins to rain, I'll hear a siren.
Yeah.
Oh, they're having battery issues. We would have heard a siren.
Yeah.
That will alert me that I should come out and remove my things from the line. Oh, wonderful.
So this is a personal assistant. It helps a lot.
Now we have AI doing things. Now we are getting personal assistant robots.
Yes.
You want to stop some of us from working.
So so this is a security. This is a security. So when you are in your office and you want to place something somewhere, and your mind will not be on it, and somebody might come for it, you just place the thing on this one. Then if somebody touches the thing, then it will give you an alarm.
Hold on. So I'm in the room, like in my office, and I have this machine there. I just have to put my phone on it and be doing the things that I have to do, running around and all that.
Yes.
So as soon as somebody picks the phone from it, you hear quick.
Yes.
Oh, so we catch the thief using this.
Yes.
He stole my phone. This is very helpful.
So with this, you can use it as tape measure, contactless tape measure.
To measure what? Distance.
Yes.
So can you show us something from here to there?
So as you can see, from here to here is it's measuring the distance from
the floor to
the ultrasonic sensor.
Oh, so if you want height, you measure height.
Yes.
Okay. What about distance?
Distance from an object
to
between an object and you.
Okay. Can you do something for us to see?
So distance from where the cameraman
is.
And then
Is
so
what?
this 113 centimeters.
Oh. So if you're an architect or like a contractor, you go on site and you just want to measure, okay, from here to here, what's the distance?
Then just
then you
measure.
just do
Yes.
Wonderful. Let's clap for YM Lab 6.
Okay, and this one too, we can measure angles.
Okay, all right, okay. What's the last one that we go? The dustbin? Okay.
This is my dustbin. To stop the spread of diseases, we have to do this and place it at the hospital and school. So when it detects the obstacle, it opens, then you drop your distance inside.
E-dustbin. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Lab 6. Thank you, Lab 6. We had rain detector, distance and height measurement, and water prepaid. We have to go and ask what Ghana Water Company to come here. Hi, Yamransa Model Lab 7. We are in Konya in the OT region. Show us what you've got.
My name is William Kabu from Lab 7, OT region, Nkonya in Kuru. And this is a solar powered lighting system.
Okay.
And according to SDG Goal 7, which ensures reliable and sustainable energy, my team and I together built this project to solve a problem we identified in our community overbank, which lacks electricity and makes it difficult for students to learn in the night.
Okay. So this is a solar panel.
Yes.
Also, the solar is powering the street light.
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Go on.
And the component of this project are the solar panel, the LED bulb in a recycled bottle, a solar charge controller, and a rechargeable battery. The solar panel charges the battery during the day, and the battery is used to turn off the light. The solar charge controller regulates the amount of voltage going into the battery, and without it, the solar panel will overcharge the battery, and the battery.
Okay, so this project over here is a smart water dispenser. Yes, please. We have realized that when our students are going to fetch drinking water, some dip their hand into the water during the process of fetching with their caps.
Wow.
So
that's unhealthy.
Yeah, so according to SDG Goal 3, which ensures healthy life and promoting well-being for all, my team and I came out with this project to help solve these problems we identify in our community. So with the smart water dispenser, it consists of an infrared sensor,
Okay.
a relay module, a tube, and it also has a pump.
Right.
So when the infrared sensor senses a presence of an object,
Yeah.
it sends the signal to the relay module, which triggers the pump to draw out the water safely for drinking.
Okay, can we dispense some water for us?
Yes,
I'm
please.
thirsty
So this
already.
is how it works.
Oh, water dispenser for the lab. Oh, this is amazing. Ah, and I like the box, very nice. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This is
You can have a
beautiful.
drink from here.
Right, so let's go to the next project. So we have this, the dispenser. Which one is the next project? Briefly.
This is a solar-powered irrigation machine. According to SDG Goal 2, which ensures ending hunger and promoting sustainable agriculture through irrigation, my team and I built this project to help our farmers who depend solely on rain-fed agriculture. So we built this project to help them farm during the dry season.
Okay.
With the help of the 3D printer in our lab, we were able to print this water pump instead of buying to save costs.
Hold on. You designed this?
Yes, please.
In your lab? And you printed this?
Yes.
You designed this?
No.
You designed this?
Yes.
The water pump?
Yes.
And then printed it
Yes.
using the 3D printer?
Yes.
In your lab?
Yes.
And all this? Okay. Please demonstrate and let's see. Oh, you designed this too?
Yes. A pen holder.
Okay, right. So can we dispense some water so that we don't depend on rain? The children are doing amazing things, printing boats and nuts. So let's say this is a pond or like a well that you have created in your village. So the automatic pump will dispense the water powered by solar, okay, to the plant. So when it's okay, then you come and close it. Okay, thank you, it's okay. Thank you so much. You have one last thing to show me? Yes, please, let's go.
Please, you have the arm grabber.
Okay.
It's used to take objects and disperse them.
All right. You dispense it. You created all this in your lab.
And this is a wall vase.
So beautiful and cute.
Phone cover.
Phone covers. And this what?
Lego spectacles.
All right, let's go.
And we have a bus.
Thank you. Yarasa Model Lab.
A Lego City drinking spot.
What's this about? It's interesting.
This is a Lego City drinking spot. We have our summer hat, a man drinking from the bar, and we have our bus with the driver.
We don't need to go and buy toys for our kids to play again. You can create them for us.
Yes.
And then my spectacles. How do I look, people? Thank you, Lab 7. Let's give a round of applause. Let's go to Lab 8. We are here in the Western region. Yesterday you said the rice is called what? Saka. So we are here to eat saka and then menkwine. Okay. Bogoso, please introduce yourselves and your project.
I'm a person of Nayo Victoria Army from Lab 8. Actually, we are coming to exhibit this product which is known as the solar panel tracker. And the solar panel tracker covers 3 goals among the 17 sustainable development goals.
Right.
The first goal is goal 7, affordable and clean energy. As we all know, the solar panel is already in existence. But how can we do to improve its efficiency?
Right.
That is why we decided to create something that will improve its consistency. The second goal is goal 13, climate action.
Okay.
This is the increment in consistency of solar energy through the solar panel tracker to reduce the use of fossil fuels with its adverse effects of climate change through pollution.
Which one are you talking about?
The solar panel tracker.
Right.
And the third goal is goal 3.
Okay.
Good health and well-being.
Okay.
The reduction of the use of fossil fuel will improve good health and well-being as the pollution of the air will be taken care of. Thank you.
Wow.
So,
continue.
The solar panel tracker tracks sunlight from the sun. So, wherever the sun goes, it follows. So, once it's following, it's absorbing the power from the sun. So, we have this as our sun.
So, for instance, if the sun, it's coming at this direction, the solar will turn and face the sun, so to absorb the sun. Hey!
So,
hey! 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 Amazing. Let's go on. So it absorbs enough sunlight so that to keep it, powered all the time. Wonderful. Hey!
This is continue. Here we have an educational maze game that we made with Scratch.
You created a game yourself. Okay.
That we made with Scratch. And it can help in the thinking speed of
Put the microphone.
children.
Okay.
So this game, when you play it, it changes so that it will help the thinking speed of the children. Because if it stays the same and you play it, you know where you pass and you got the end. So after it changes.
So you created this game yourself from scratch, yourself, for critical thinking and problem solving. Oh, wow. So now you can create games for us to install on the computers for students to use yourselves. We will talk about that.
Here we have the drawbot.
What? Drawbot?
Yes, drawbot.
Okay.
It is used for making designs like this. It's used for making designs like this, depending on how you program it.
Okay. Show us something. Are you kidding me? People, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Oh my goodness. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is perfect. Let's give them a round of applause. This is beautiful. Okay, do you have your last thing to show?
You have something like an army base helicopter.
President, you come. Tell us more.
It has the turrets here that shoots the bullets and others.
So you created the helicopter yourself?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Using the EV3 Lego in your lab? Oh my goodness. Oh, you can create helicopters. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. What's this?
A drone, a weather drone.
A weather drone?
Yes.
What will it do?
It's something like it tells the weather condition.
All right.
But we couldn't finish.
Okay, but this is a beautiful design. You printed this in your lab?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Oh, we had to finish this project. We created this using the 3D printer. You programmed it and then printed this from our Yamaransa Model Labs. This is beautiful. Can I have it? All right, last one. There we go.
We have an elevator. That one too, we couldn't finish. So
Elevator?
Yes.
For your story building, right?
Yes.
You are tired of using the staircase already. Okay.
It transports people from down to up.
Hey, elevator. Drone. Drawbot. Oh, so robotic drawing. So you don't need to be sitting there and be drawing this. And then the maze game, then the helicopter, and the solar tree. Let's give a round to Lab 8. So far, we have moved from Yamransa, that's the central region, to Greater Accra region. We've gone to Ashanti region, to Chogu. We went to Chebi in the eastern region. We've gone to Pekia Vetile. We've gone to Oti region, that is in Konya Hinkro. We are at Bogose. And we are traveling all the way to Boma. So I'm handing it over to my colleague Lauren to continue over there. Lauren, if you can hear me, please go ahead to Gambia.
Okay, let's come over here. Team Gambia, how are we doing? Okay, so can you tell us what problem you are solving today?
Good morning. I am Ulema Tugay, and we are here to represent the Yamoransa Model Gambia Lab. And we are also here to present a project that is called the Automated Irrigation System.
Good morning. I am Mohamed Arama Job. I was born and raised in the Gambia.
Good morning to you all. My name is Mam Tamsir Amanzi, and I'm from Banjul, the Gambia.
And my name is Fatima Teres Mendy. I'm from Banjul, the Gambia.
Well, a month ago, we were selected to design and exhibit a project on a sustainable development goal. We are looking at the place of concentration. We decided to look at our school garden and link it to the project.
Okay.
Yeah, so because in our country, the Gambia, we highly depend on agriculture and tourism. However, we normally experience 4 months of rainy season, which is as opposed to countries like Guinea-Conakry, Ivory Coast and other West African countries that normally have 6 to 9 months of raining season.
Wow.
So the main reason why we built this project is to help us with agriculture and all
Okay.
the stuffs. But the
Alright.
main thing that inspired us to build this project
Tell
was
me.
before the COVID-19, a group of people from Belgium called the Rainbows came to our school to check students asset. But it was later discovered that a good number of the students had eyesight problem, which was the
You
main
had what? Eyesight?
eyesight problem.
Oh, okay.
Which was the main reason of their poor performance. Well, we deduced that the students with eyesight problem lack vitamin A and other vitamins.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah, so we have a garden which is called the 5 a day, which means every day a student must have vegetables and fruits that are rich in vitamin A.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting. That's interesting. So can you tell us how the project works?
The project works, how it works.
Yeah, so can you demonstrate?
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
So, first, I'm going to start with the water source, the power source. This power source can be from a power bank. It can be from a lithium battery, or even a solar panel. So now we have here. This is the water source. This water source can be connected from a tank, and also from a reservoir. Also, we have this is the Arduino Uno, which is the brain, and we have the breadboard. This is the pump. We have the water pump. So now we have the water sensor. We wanted to use the soil moisture sensor, but we couldn't get it. So we use the water sensor. Now how this project works is that when this sensor senses that there is no water in the soil, it will allow the tap to flow. There will be water. And when there is water in the soil, it will close the tap. So there will be no water in the soil.
Okay. So can we try it?
Okay, no problem.
Oh, wow.
Because the soil is dry, it
It's
automatically
turning
pumps
the water
to
into
the,
it.
yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Wow, 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 wow.
Thank you.
Interesting. That is interesting. Thank you. So you want to solve
So
problems?
so now this project also we have this thing, a drainage system.
Okay.
But that one we couldn't build it because the pump that we required we couldn't get it.
Okay.
So now when there is excess rainfall, so now that pump it will collect the excess water from the environment and store it in a reservoir or a tank. And now after when the rainy season ends, then the same water will be used to water the
You
farm
know, in our
or the
countries,
garden.
we experience only 4 months of rainy season
Yeah.
compared to other countries like
Other
Guinea-Bissau
countries, yes.
and Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
So after the rainy season, the soil becomes very dry.
Right.
So it makes it very difficult for the farmers to come and grow crops and other things.
Okay.
So what they do is just sit at home and wait for the next season of rainy season to come. So yes, with this project, like it will help us, it will help the farmer to do continuous farming. Yes, with or without the rain. Thank you.
And also, this machine doesn't care whether the farmer is educated or not. It will do its function.
Yes, that is a bonus. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for Team Gambia. One last thing.
I like how what Tamsir said. This source of water can be a tap
a borehole, a well, and excess rainwater. Like in our school, where the garden is located, is prone of flooding. That it rains heavily. You know when it rains cats and dogs. Yes. Now students and teachers have to wait for a long period of time to wait for the soil to be dry for them to start the agricultural activities again. Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
So I hope you agree with us that we've touched most of the sustainable development goals, like when it comes to health, agriculture, sanitation, and all of that.
It leads to all the other areas.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well
Thank you
done.
so
Well
much.
done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's move on to Team Lab 3.1. Akko Kerry. Okay, team. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what problem you are solving today?
Okay, I'm the person of Osgood Echaunteria. It's my team representing Asharabedia Kusina High School as Lab 3.1. So we are here to solve a problem from agriculture. What agriculture? Okay, so we did this, we built this. This is an automatic or automated robot machine, and it's a multi-purpose robot. So it is purposely used for agriculture, and it is used to spray weedicide and pesticide.
Oh.
Sure. So you just mix your ingredients here, then you place it on, then you control it on your phone, with your phone. So we're having the software on our phone that we use to control it. And the reason why you are seeing cables here is that we wanted a high voltage, about at least 24. We wanted a high voltage at least 24. We couldn't, so we tried to use the battery eliminator. So that gives us, 12 volts. So we are using the battery eliminator to control it. That's the reason why.
You're using only 12 volts now.
12 volts now.
But you needed 24.
24.
Okay.
24.
So let's see how it works then.
So
with the spraying, this is how it works. Sorry.
You're spraying with the side of the cameras.
Sorry. So the spraying, this is how it works. And then the piloting, the controlling, we control it on the mobile platform.
So he is connecting. We are having a Bluetooth inside, so we use Bluetooth to connect it to the phone. So as he is connecting, I also try to tell you the reason why I said it's auto, like multi-purpose. It's multi-purpose because it can be used for fumigating at the hospital. So drugs and other stuff can be placed on to serve to the patients.
Okay, so how is it going to be served to the
So
patient?
for that one, I'll take this one off. So if it's a serving tray, I'll place it on, then I'll be controlling with my phone without going. So we wanted to attach a camera to it. So we wanted to attach a camera to it that you will not follow it, and then you'll be sitting somewhere, then you'll be seeing it maybe on your television or on your phone so that you can control it. But time didn't permit us to add the camera. So we just did it as a prototype.
Okay.
So as it is moving, then it will be spraying alongside the garden. So we want it to do it in such a way that it will be...
All the pests are being sprayed. Let it come back a bit.
Okay. Sorry.
Interesting.
So we are from an agri school.
Okay.
At a senior high school, an agri school.
Okay.
That's the reason why. And as we know, Ghana, we are an agri country. So we want to do it in such a way that it will be big like a tractor, that someone will be controlling it. Sometimes because of the machine we carry at our back, sometimes we feel dizzy to go and work at the farm. But when we are using this, you don't feel any dizzy in it. Because you'll be sitting somewhere, flexing, and you'll be controlling at your backyard, at your farm.
Nice. So what is the content in there?
No, as for this one, we just used water.
Water. I thought we were spraying
Yeah, so it's just water. And we also have the automatic hand sanitizer dispenser.
So you want me to try it?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
So you just come, place your hand here, and it will come.
Do I have to touch anything?
No, don't touch anything.
So I just do this?
Here's the sensor.
Okay. All right.
So it's all about agriculture. We solve goal 1 and goal 3.
For health,
zero
right?
hunger and for health.
Interesting. Well done. Thank you, Team 3.1. Okay, we are moving to our newest labs, Lab 12, all the way in Nkrankwanta. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what problem you are solving today?
Thank you. My name is Shema Michael, and we are the latest labs among the Yamuransa Model Lab 12. From here, we are to solve our problem of the the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the fourth, which is education.
Education, okay.
Education. So this is a globe, which
okay.
social teachers can use it to teach their students.
Ooh, we broke your globe. So can you turn it around?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, show us the next project whilst you fix this.
Okay. And this one is our energy sector. So we are to use sensors to on light without switch. So this is our power source.
Okay.
So just plug it in and then dip your hands on water and just flip it. And this will alert you the the light is working. So for instance, I just plug it. Like this. Like this. Okay. So this
wow.
Thank you to know the light is working.
The light is working. So why do you have to dip in water to check?
So because it is a water sensor.
Water sensor, okay.
Yes.
So what problem is this solving?
It's solving the energy sector.
Energy. Interesting, interesting. That's good, that's good. Oh, okay. Do you have any other projects?
Yes.
Yes, please show us.
This is the safety in home. Some people just use candles without no stand. So you just put your candle inside this one and then you light up it. Then it will be cause fire in your house.
Oh, okay. So you can put a candle in here and then
Yes.
light it up. Do you have a candle here for us to check?
No.
You don't have? Okay, that's fine. Okay. And then what about this? What's this?
This is a robot dancer.
Robot what?
Dancer.
Dancer. Ooh.
It just make children to be happy when their parents are busy. So,
Really?
So you just
Hey, robot, we want you to dance. Come on, dance. Oh,
So it's on.
wow.
so
Ooh. The robot got some moves. Wow, 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 wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so this is to keep the kids entertained whilst their parents are busy, right?
Yes.
That's interesting. All right. Do you have any other project to show us? That's all. Okay, thank you. This is our newest lab from Nkrankwanta. Thank you for coming in. Okay, we're moving to Lab 11 from Jaboso. Can you tell us what we are doing here today? What problem are we solving?
So, our product is under the third SDGs.
Okay.
That is good health and well-being.
Good health and well-being. Okay.
So we created this vacuum cleaner for people who are physically challenged and are in wheelchairs. So they can use normal rooms that we use at our various homes.
Okay.
So when they are in their wheelchairs, they can use this vacuum cleaner to clean. How can I use it?
Oh, it's picking it up. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. So somebody can sit in a wheelchair and just take this to sweep. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. Do you have any other projects?
Please.
Yes.
We
Let's
have
see.
here a traffic light. We know that a traffic light, the red means stop, yellow means get ready, and green means go. But because of our work nowadays, people work on internet, so when they are in traffic, they will be on their phones. So when the green light is on, they will be unaware. So we added the buzzer. So when the green light is on, the buzzer will blow and it will alert you that the green light is on so you can move.
Wow, that's nice. That's interesting. That's cool. That's very cool. Interesting. Do you have another project?
We also have a grabber. That one, we've made it such a way that if you press on the force sensor, it will open.
Okay.
So I will release it so that it will grab the bottle.
Okay. Oh, yes. So we've been able to clap into the dustbin. So what problem is this solving?
Clean water and sanitation.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you. Do you have another one?
We also have a phone cover.
Okay.
For that one, we designed it that you can take these ones out and you can also put it inside so
Okay.
that it will be nice and beautiful. We
Oh.
also have throw and catch. If I put this one on it and I will do it like this, the other person will catch it. We also have a Arduino case. Open it for them to see. You can put it inside and also whenever you need to use it, you open it.
Oh.
We also
that's
have
cool.
some things to here, breadboard case.
Oh, these are all beautiful, beautiful projects. Okay, let's move on. So give it up for our newest lab, Jaboso. Okay, we are moving on. Lab 10. Tell us what problem you are solving today.
I'm Gillette McCaffrey, and that's my colleague, Linda.
Debo Linda.
We are representatives from the Yamransa Model Lab 10, which is situated in Chiobodom.
Chiobodom,
Benue East
okay.
region. So this project is an earthquake detector.
Earthquake detector?
Yes.
Wow. Let's see how it works. How does it work?
I want to explain a bit.
Please explain.
Earthquake is an intense shaking of the Earth's surface.
Okay.
It is caused by the movement of the Earth's outer layer.
Okay.
This vibration can cause buildings to collapse, and it can also lead to potential hazards like landslides and fires.
Yes.
The reason why we chose this project is that detecting when an individual has this project in his or her house, you are able to you are alerted when there's a vibration in the Earth's surface.
Okay.
So I would.
Yes, please demonstrate. Let's see how we are alerted when there is a vibration.
So when I shake it a bit, it will beep. There's a buzzer inside and there's an LED over here.
Okay.
So it will alert the residents that there's an impending earthquake. So they would evacuate the area to a safer place or seek shelter.
Wow.
So if we are, in the future, if you are given the opportunity to industrialize this project, we would make sure that it will be in each and every house in Ghana, inside Ghana and outside as well.
That's true. You could have taken this to Turkey.
Yes, and in Turkey as well.
All right. So this is the house, right?
Yes, this is the house.
And then the sensor is in there.
Yes.
Wow, wow. That's interesting. Okay. So do you have another project?
Yes.
Okay.
This project too is flood monitoring system or flood detecting system.
Okay.
So flood occurs when it rains heavily and rivers overflow their banks and it spills to households. And we are all aware that in Ghana here, during the rainy season, when it rains heavily, especially in Accra here, flood occurs and people die, and a lot of properties too are destroyed.
Yes.
With this flood monitoring system, it will prevent all those things by alerting or warning the people that where the rain has got into, there is a potential flood that can occur. So you need to move to a safer place, or you need to seek for shelter, or call the security agencies like NADMO for help.
Wow.
So we demonstrate how
Yes,
it works.
let's demonstrate how that works. Careful.
So during the rain, when it rains and it got to touch the sensor or it got to a level that flood can occur.
Do you need more water?
Yes. So the buzzer will beep and the LED will on, warning or alerting the people that there is a potential flood. So they need to go to safer place to save themselves. Yes. So the buzzer and the LED will, the buzzer will beep and then the LED will on.
Okay.
So that the people in that area will know that where the rain has got into, a potential flood can occur.
That's good. Interesting. That's good. Okay, do you have another project?
Yes.
Okay.
We have shapes here, 7 as mathematical, which helps the study of mathematics in our district. So this is a sphere, cone, pyramid, cylinder, hexagon, and then semicircle. We have cube here. So the schools around our district come to the lab for all these shapes to go and teach the people. After that, they will bring it back for people to come for it and go and learn. And this how our lab looks like, the Yamrasa Model Lab 10, which is located in Tiogodom. This is our plan, or this is the structure of the lab.
Yes, I remember
This
that
is
building.
Ed Lab A, Ed Lab B, the maker space,
And then the
conference
conference
hall,
room.
then the manager's office.
Wow,
Yes.
that's cool. So all of this is used to display the objects for education, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This one too is phone stand. You can place your phone there.
Wow,
also,
that's nice. Okay, do we have another one here?
Projects are under the climate change.
Which one is under climate change?
Both.
Okay.
Both the earthquake and then the flood detection.
Right.
Yes.
And then what about these ones? Are they also projects, these robots?
This is a robot arm. We know that in the industries or the factories, there are heavy things which people can't carry them. With the help of the robot arm, they can carry them from one location to the other. Maybe when they want to pick something from where it is to a different place, the robot arm will help them to pick it without stretching much. The robot arm will help. So I'm coming to demonstrate.
Yes, let's demonstrate and see how the robot arm will pick up things.
So it will pick the object and put it where you want.
Where you want
yes.
it to be. Right. Interesting.
Yes. Yes. So this is how the robot arm works. It helps the industries in Ghana here to carry heavy things that they can carry.
Okay.
So this one too is a driving base.
This is a driving base. So it navigates, and when it detects an object, it might stop or go back.
Okay.
Then turn left or right.
Okay.
So we are about to demonstrate it.
Okay.
So this is the object. When it sees the object, it will either come back, turn left or right. It will not go and hit the object.
Okay.
With the help of the ultrasonic sensor.
Right.
It also depends on the codes you've given to it.
Either to turn left, right, come back, wherever you want it to turn to without
hitting the object.
Yes.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful project. So we have education here, right?
Yes.
We have climate change.
Yes.
And this is what? The picking of the objects.
Yes.
Okay.
Carrying of goods.
Robot arms. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Lab 10. Okay, we're moving on to Lab 9 in Boma. Boma, how are we doing? Okay, so let's move on. Can you tell us what problem you are solving today?
My name is Belinda Awinimi, and my partner is
We are solving a this is a smart walking stick.
Okay.
That helps the blind
Okay.
to walk.
Okay.
To meet an obstacle.
Okay.
The buzzer will beep and the lead will blow.
Okay. So can you demonstrate it so we see how it works? Oh, I see. That means the table is not an obstacle. Okay, so do you have another project to display? Yes, tell us about it. Okay.
We have another project here that is called Scratch Project.
Okay.
And I developed this project for learners,
Mm.
especially the kids, to know how to control the arrow keys on the keyboard. And that is how we play it. You will click on the green flag. On the green flag, I've recorded some.
Yeah, so put the microphone on, let's hear it.
Right, up, down. Welcome to Maze Game. You can use left, right, up, and
So is that
down
your voice?
keys
Ooh.
to control the mouse to hit the mouse.
Wow.
This game is specially made by Belinda Arinimi.
Wow,
a user
Belinda.
of the Amansa Module Lab 9 in Ahafo region, Boma. Thank you.
Thank you to Belinda. Wow. Let's give it up for Belinda.
We press on the space key to start with the game.
Wow.
It will give, that's the game.
Is this a maze game?
Yes, it's a maze game. So
And you developed this?
yes, please.
Wow.
So you use the arrow keys to control the mouse to hit the mouthing. So when it touch the edge, it will come to the place where it is, and the light will change to.
Interesting. So what went through your mind when you were doing this? What prompted you to develop this game?
I do this game to help in education.
Okay.
Teachers can use this game to teach. When they are teaching, they can use this game to teach. And when learners, when they study and they become tired, there is no, like, you are going to watch movie. You can use
just
this-
play the game
Yes, you can play the game to entertain yourself.
as your hobby.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. That's
so
nice.
So I can do some examples.
Yes, please do an example. Mm-hmm. So that's the mouse going. Is it supposed to catch the crab?
If it touch the crowd,
Oh.
and you come to the place where it is.
Oh. The mouse has 2 lives now. 4 lives. Oh, okay. Oh, this mouse is not going to survive. Oh. Are you sure the mouse can get to where it's supposed to get to?
Yes, madam.
So, how problem does it solve?
Okay, we are making headway. Okay, the crab is coming. Okay, we are almost there. Okay. Yay, you're winner, you're winner. Let's give it up for Belinda. Okay, so do you have another project?
Yes.
Okay.
We developed this by using our 3D printer.
Okay.
And this can be used in the study of science.
Study of science.
And other subjects.
Okay.
This is the human teeth.
That's the human teeth.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We have the molar, premolar, and others.
Oh.
And since we are in the month of lab,
Mm-hmm.
we discovered this and print out a lab.
Wow. That's beautiful.
And this is from our lab. It is the driving base.
Okay.
It has the touch sensor, driving base too, and color sensor down. So from a distance, it will move and pick this object and then turn back.
Okay, so let's see you do it. Okay. Right. Okay, all right. Thank you, Boma. So we are finally at the end of our exhibition today. We hope you had as much fun watching it as we did, going round to all these labs to see all the things that they have been able to do today. So I'm going to hand over to Kafui, and then we're going to continue the event. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Lauren and Jemima, for moderating that very interesting session. I'm really happy about the innovations we've seen this year and just the whole design of the exhibition and how we interacted with it has made the place really clutter-free. And we were able to sit down and watch, see what's happening without too much interference, and everybody gets to see on the screens, and it's wonderful. I want to say thank you to all the organizers who came up with this really great idea. They deserve a big round of applause. So just watching them must have made you a little bit hungry. So we're going to take a little snack break right now. And instead of 30 minutes, we'll make it 15 minutes. So grab a coffee or a Milo. We'll do some little ice-breaking activities, and then we'll come back in about 20 minutes for Roundtable 1, which will be moderated by Jemima, one of the ladies who was speaking with the exhibitors. It will be on the Yamoransa Model Lab program, contributing to STEAM education in Ghana and West Africa. We did a Twitter space on this particular topic earlier on, and people were asking, is this STEM or STEAM? Is it a typo? No. We have STEM and we have STEAM. So it's STEM is STEM. STEAM is STEM plus that A stands for art, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. Okay, so it's STEAM education in Ghana and West Africa. How does the YM Lab program contribute to it? That will be our roundtable, first of them, in about 20 minutes. So enjoy your well-deserved break, stretch around, answer your emails, WhatsApp messages. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
A first step in really studying the impact and then communicating that impact through some of the events that are going to be happening here today.
Airtad, the annual Impact Roundtable, was crafted as a platform to showcase the good work of the Nyamansa model. And today we're looking at the competition that the kids and the schools will participate in. That competition is what is going to spur the kids on, and we are more excited to look forward to who's going to be the winner today and give them the best of awards.
Yes, we didn't buy anything.
So that even when the climate change fails us, we can use this system to water our plants and then even plants at periods when we don't plant.
This is to solve, or we build it to solve our problem we are facing in Gambia. This is the robot arm, and this is the color sorter.
It will detect the rubbish and it's open by itself.
Really?
And closed by itself. Just like
Okay. All right.
I'd like to welcome you all today to the main event of the annual Impact Roundtable discussion.
These are amazing students, so just getting to watch the students, getting to hear them a little, I'm just really looking forward to, as the day warms up, seeing what they want to show us.
So this is an opportunity for us to see for ourselves, what they feel about their interactions in the lab and all of that.
And there's a tremendous amount of excitement. You can feel it already with the people who are arriving and with the guests who are arriving. And this is, I think, a first step in really studying the impact and then communicating that impact through some of the events that are going to be happening here today.
Airtad, the annual Impact Roundtable, was crafted as a platform to showcase the good work of the Nyamansa model. And today we're looking at the competition that the kids and the schools will participate in. That competition is what is going to spur the kids on, and we are more excited to look forward to who's going to be the winner today and give them the best of awards.
one thing we notice is that there is droughts where we live. So we thought of making the automatic irrigation system so that even when the climate change fails us, we can use this system to water our plants and then even plants at periods when we don't plant.
This is to solve, or we build it to solve our problem we are facing in Gambia. This is the robot arm, and this is the color sorter.
It will detect the rubbish and it's open by itself.
Really?
And closed by itself. Just like
Okay. All right.
That we signed a couple years ago about that.
I am Jafet Ayuku. I serve as the Executive Director of the Help in Africa Foundation, which is a New York-based nonprofit organization that has a mission of spreading computer literacy throughout the whole school system in Ghana. This is our 6th lab in Ghana, and we're very excited to be here to dedicate it. This is one of the most exciting projects that we've undertaken, primarily because Lab 6 has a unique supporter, an individual who grew up in this community, who did well and is in Accra. His name is Humphrey Ayim Daki. He has been a tremendous supporter of this project. Unlike any other project that we've done, he stood out as an individual to really support it. So it's a unique, one of the unique labs that we're building, and it's very, very exciting to see a son of the community coming back to give back to the community. Just, it feels so good to see that.
The community said the building isn't at the high level that we want, and Humphrey took over and provided materials and leadership and built this beautiful new building. And we had not dared hope that would happen. You know, we had gotten external funding, and this was funding within the community.
We are very happy to have this very impressive facility that will help enhance teaching and learning in the district. We are very happy about it. I'll say it's a dream come to pass in my life as a district director, in the life of the whole directorate, the teachers and the little ones. That's our little ones, the school children.
My name is Kamfi Previ. I'm CEO of TechAid. TechAid, we empower citizens using technology. Computer lab has the Asanka, which connects to all the computers, and the kids can practice the pre-recorded video sessions and past questions. We're very happy to work with the people of
My name is Apuja Musevia. I attend school at Peki Avetile EP School. I'm in JHS2. We used to write the points and the steps, but we didn't have any computer to do practical. So in exams, we just memorize the points, and in the exam, we write it. The new ICT center is very good, and I know it will help me in my studies.
So we urge corporate organizations, entrepreneurs, business personalities to put their money behind such models and innovative interventions as Helping Africa Foundation is doing. And it's our prayer that with such dedicated individuals and corporate bodies, we will achieve our goal. Thank you.
This will be the ninth project that we're coming to dedicate in fulfillment of our promise to build 16 of these labs in the 16 regions of Ghana. On this 9-to-1, we had a promoter from the US, which we'll talk more about it, but he is the one who sort of requested that we'll build one in the Bomai area, which is the Hafu region, and he is willing to support this site. And so he, as a person living in the US, having heard about what we're doing, approached me and says that there's a need and that he will be willing to support what we're doing in his town. And that's why we're here, and I think it's going to be a beautiful event. The promoters are individuals who are willing.
For those of you who are in the hall, please, the snacks are coming to you, so kindly just resume sitting, and we'll bring the snacks over to you, all right? Yes, we're bringing the snacks over to you right now. Thank you.
Mr. Jafet Ewuku, menene nyina wo board bi so wo New York, National Council of Ghanaians Association, the board members, enti ye co meetings a menenu shia. Wunya sa kwanya ya osi computer lab to 16 regions na omo ye bi e wo am say uti region ana say kwanya ho ntimi hu ye na me friend no na me can say eh that dey omo ye bi o mkruma okay also yes sure we will do it nana we will do it for you ampa so ye no ke kan ya na You see, the Yahuno has a month when you would do beer, come for you, Nina, if you say the fate. Now, they are Sumbo.
I have a background in development, and I've lived in countries that were not like the U.S., and I wanted to do more. And through my Uncle Dan, I was introduced to Jafet, and through my computer network, I was introduced to Kakui. Together, we knew we had to do something sustainable. Each of us had been involved in development in various ways, and each of us may have come to the conclusion that it wasn't sustainable. And when we were thoughtful about what we were doing, which was starting with the community request for ITC centers, but really trying to make the building, the funding, and the maintenance sustainable, we realized we had something new, and that's the Amaransa model. And it evolves, and we try new things, and we keep making it better. And it's just, whatever our official relationships are, we're having a lot of fun.
When we heard that this facility is coming here and it's coming to support us in the field of ICT, we're happy because we already know that the existing ICT labs in our schools, they lack machines. Most of them don't have adequate computers. So if this lab is coming here to help a whole circuit, then it means it's coming to relieve us. Because, you know, government cannot do it alone. So the assembly cannot supply all the educational needs. That's why we're very happy to welcome this project to the municipality.
GES, we were expected to assign center managers to those facilities and also give out teachers who will be trained for the computer literacy. So we did that, and all other organizations, including getting the building, supporting the assembly in doing their renovation, we did whatever they asked us to do.
With this Nyamasa Model Lab 9, we have actually installed 48-seater lab, the solar panels, a conference room that can seat about 24-seater, and then behind me it's the maker space with the 3D printing, Arduino, and then the Legos. The choice of technology is because we've created this space, especially the maker space, as part of the project for a place where kids can develop critical, innovative thinking skills. Now in the 21st century, we really need kids that are innovative, that are creative. And so this is a space where they can do all that. Now they want to learn how to do science experiments. The virtual reality is going to help them to do that. Now we've seen already in the 11 maker spaces that we've developed across the country and the 18,000 students that are going through these labs is that there's change. And we see, for example, in one of the sites that when we got there, we had to wash our hands. The kids programmed it. These were two 10-year-old girls who programmed it, and we could wash our hands without touching anything, using the sensors they find in the Legos. So we are creating a cadre of youth that are smart, that are creative, that are innovative, within using these spaces. And these 19 schools that are coming through and the 76 teachers who have been trained to use this facility are going to touch several 4,000 plus kids. Now with that, we're expecting that, you know, the effect is monumental over the years. The technology will be here for 2 years to support them. We'll ensure that it's all working every time. There is a promoter who is the head of an association from the US who's here and who is the person supporting this project. He will be here after 2 years. But we're very happy and excited that this is one of the models where we have a foreign direct partnership with our tech aid to ensure that this project becomes successful. We're grateful to Helping Africa Foundation for the huge investment and for the opportunity to work with us to tie into our mission to impact lives through education.
My job as a center manager is to do facilitating in the lab. So we take the learners through the educational softwares like the Sanka and then the EPD, and we also have the e-test desktop.
We know that we are in a technological world and life keeps advancing. So the makerspace is going to give learners a room to bring out their creativity. They will also be given the opportunity to bring out any creative skill they want to exhibit. And I think this is going to help our country in the end.
This project is a tech lab. It's an ICT lab with ICT centers and then maker spaces and a conference room. So we have to engage the tech company TechAid to get them to draft the specifications for this lab. That was done on the needs assessment trip, and we were able to get what exactly the lab here needed to get. So after doing that, the community also needs to know what has been presented to them. So the teachers were trained, specific center managers were assigned for each of the labs. So after the training, they were evaluated to make sure that they really know what they have been taught. And after that was done, we finally have this lab that we see here, which is being dedicated today. And hopefully at the end of this event, we'll get to see about 4,000 to 5,000 students coming in to use this center.
We'll be working with the Ghana Education Service and the Municipal Assembly to put together a maintenance culture plan. With this, after the 2 years maintenance period, when they fully take over the lab, they'll be able to ensure that the labs are sustainable. To stir the interest of the students, teachers, schools, the community in the lab, we'll be organizing internal competitions. The internal competitions will be within the schools using the lab, and then also an inter-lab competition. With that, annually, we believe these are great systems that we'll put in place to ensure that the labs are sustainable and effective for the generation yet unborn to benefit from.
Is that I grew up in little villages that many wouldn't have heard of. And these are villages that had nothing when I was growing up. You can look back 72 years ago, what will have been the conditions in those villages. So as a result of that, I'm very sympathetic to the people in the villages and the opportunities that they are lacking. So I really, really have a mission to provide the best that can be provided for these villages and for them to do well. So I know that this facility will impact tremendously the knowledge, the skills, the creativity of these children here. And I'm sure that within a year or so, when we come back, we'll be amazed to find out what these little kids can do for us. So it's going to be very impactful. My name is Jafet Ayiku. I'm a Ghanaian, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Help in Africa Foundation, which is the organization that is funding this particular project. It's our mission to build at least one computer center in each of the 16 regions of Ghana. We started doing that. This is the 10th computer lab that we are building, and we're very, very proud of that. And we believe that it will serve a great number of people and help bring out the best in these students as they come in.
This site was selected after I was privileged to have met the Helping African Foundation executives, and then they discussed the possibility of bringing this innovation to Puno East, specifically my constituency, Techman North. So after deliberations, we chose Togodom, the district capital of Techman North, and then Nananom were handy to provide this piece of land for us to do this innovative lab. After deliberation with the team, we decided to choose this location, which was central to all the schools within this catchment area. So it's for this reason that we selected this particular spot. When we had the discussion, I was really excited when I saw other labs. I was told that as a promoter, I was supposed to provide the building that will house all these gadgets, yes, beautiful ones that we see. I gladly agreed to do that, because if you get an organization bringing all these things and your responsibility is to put up the building, I thought it was a fair deal. But as I started the project, I realized how enormous the responsibility was. So I had a discussion with Japet, and there again, Helping Africa Foundation, like their name, came in handy to help me to finish this project.
I think it's wonderful to see the progress. We come at the beginning, the middle, and the end. And it's always wonderful to see the finished computer lab, finished maker space, which I have yet to see, but it's always exciting and it's always different in each location. What we do makes a difference, and we don't just bring in a few computers and leave. It's the whole package. We pay attention to the infrastructure, and it's great to see the plans implemented.
This is our signature project, so we are not going to allow any project to be just shabby project. We put out something and then walk away. Particularly the president is very insistent on making sure that whatever we put up is first class, it is innovative and classic. So we don't just come out and do something and just walk away. So we're very, very excited about the end results of what has happened here so far.
When we got the project, the first thing we did was to set up a committee that will do the day-to-day running of the activities till this morning. And the committee has really worked hard. Another thing we did was to train our teachers. We've trained IT teachers, maths, English, and science teachers. They are going to be there with the students as they go through their lessons. We also trained our center managers. They are going to be in charge of the facility after today's program. And they've gone through a lot of training as to what to do to ensure that this project or the activities are maintained.
We have installed a 50-seater lab, which is 2 separate labs. We also have a training facility, which is a 30-seater training facility. Plus the makerspace, which is right behind me. As you can see, the kids are learning how to do some Legos and programming and so on and so forth. So the whole idea of the makerspace is to give the kids the ability to have 21st century skills, creativity, innovation, which is required to survive in today's age. We're very excited to be a part of this Nyamansa model, that wherever we've gone in the 10 labs and the few more that are yet to come, is that we choose the best quality of technology for the projects, and we guarantee impact by training the teachers.
This was one of the labs where the promoter had to build the building right from scratch. Most of the places that we visit, the labs are always old buildings which are renovated. But as you can see here today, this building was built from scratch to house the project. So we carried out a needs assessment process in February to identify the number of students here who will be able to access the lab, and then also to try to identify the proximity from the schools to the place. So hopefully at the end of that needs assessment process, we were able to design some solutions together with the Tech A team, and we started the installation in October.
So we'll be working with the funders to ensure that within the 2 years after the education, the labs are well maintained. And during this period, we'll be working with the GES and then Municipal Assembly to put in place a maintenance plan to take charge of the labs after the 2-year period. With this, we believe that the labs will be well maintained and sustained.
This will be the 9th project that we're coming to dedicate in fulfillment of our promise to build 16 of these labs in the 16 regions of Ghana. On this 9-1, we had a promoter from the US, which we'll talk more about it, but he is the one who sort of requested that we build one in the Boma area, which is the Hafu region, and he is willing to support this site. And so he, as a person living in the US, having heard about what we're doing, approached me and says that there's a need and that he was willing to support what we're doing in his town.
Thank you. So we're going straight into the first of our roundtables, which begins right now. It's on the Yamoransa Model Lab program, contributing to STEAM education in Ghana and West Africa. And will be followed by a second roundtable on the role of STEAM education in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm going to call the moderator of this roundtable, and then she will bring her panelists onto the stage. She is the Assistant Impact Manager of Implementers. Can we welcome, if your hands are free, yes, you can clap for her. Otherwise, I know why your hands are not free, because you're eating. Jemima Okai, our first moderator of the first roundtable. And here she comes. I cannot see her, but I know she's coming over. There she comes. She's appeared. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Can we all get seated for this very important session? Can we get seated quickly? Can the infographic be displayed? So, we are all here today for the annual Impact Roundtable discussions and robotics competition for 2023, where we are showcasing the impact of the Yamoransa Model Labs program. I see people walking, so I don't know if they are ready to listen. But if you be seated, I can continue. Okay? So just a brief about the Yamoransa Model Labs. It's an ongoing sustainable development goal project, ensuring that all 16 regions of Ghana have access to ultra-modern robotics and computer education. Our focus is on STEAM, as you heard. The A in the STEM we know is for art. Looking at how creative the students can be, incorporating art in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. When it comes to the Yamoransa Model Lab, we believe in something that is very important for development. We believe that for our projects to be sustainable, they have to be well thought through. So if you look on the projection, we have the theory of change that the Yamoransa Model Labs program, a very well thought through project, is going through. So it shows what we are doing, selecting of promoters, the needs assessment, community engagement, community commitment by the district education office, commitment by district assembly, and then we provide the labs which are equipped with the EduLab, the makerspace, conference rooms, washrooms, very important aspects of the model, because we believe in proper sanitation, okay, as the SDG goals showcase us. We want our girls not to stay away from any class activity just because they don't have access to proper washrooms. That is our focus, okay? We want our teachers all to be happy using the resource lab that we have provided for them. So for washrooms, we are very clear that they have access to great, good, clean ones. And then also water. The beauty of the Yamoransa Model Lab is that we have access to 24 hours access to water. So there is standby borehole as well, in addition to what we have provided by the Ghana Water Company. So we have borehole as well. And then thinking through again, being in this country, we have access to solar energy as well. So there is no issue of, oh, the lights have gone off, let's close from class. Oh, there's low current, let's close. There is a second source of power for the labs. So all our labs function 24/7, irrespective of water issues by the Ghana Water Company or electricity issues. And then also we have conference rooms which are being used by the lab for different activities, and also the good thing is that the community benefits from it. So community is also very interested in this project. They know that they can come there for meetings. So the Yamransa Model Lab, as I said, is very well thought through. And we believe that with this, students can have access to quality education using ICT. So in our Edu Labs, we have the Asanka, which has all subjects loaded on it. So whether the students are studying math, science, ICT, English, religious and moral, social studies, it is on the Asanka in the lab, and they don't need internet access to access it. They have videos, they have test questions, they have other typing softwares to help them to learn how to type and then also be very computer literate. We are training children that are very resourceful for the development of our country. Also, we have access to water, washrooms, and then power. In the long run, we are hoping to, ensure that we have improved quality education in Ghana. Children are children who think. You see the innovation they created there. If the kids are not children that think, they can't develop all those things. Very creative kids. Very thought-breaking projects that they did. So you see increased career options. Now they're exposed. These kids, we asked the last education, next 20 years, where would they be? You can imagine with this exposure. Where I lived, where I grew up, the bus moved twice a day on market days. Other days, it moved once. So you can imagine my access was very limited. Tuesdays, if you don't run at 8 a.m., you won't catch the bus to the market or to town. But these kids, irrespective of Pekia Vetili, Ochogu, Konya, mention them, Boma, they have access to this ultra-modern equipment. No worries about lights. In Konya Hinkro, they don't have electricity access. So their lab is powered by solar. So the kids that have access to the lab are different kids altogether. We are growing kids that are very creative. Good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, access to clean water and sanitation, affordable clean energy. That is the Yamransa Model Labs program. Give it a round of applause. For 2022, next. For the 2022, the number of regions we have covered so far is, we have covered 12 regions here in Ghana. We've gone to Gambia. We are in Banjul, the city. We have 25,113 kids in Ghana having constant access to such a model. 165 teachers are very happy to go to school and teach because of resources. We have 125 communities where we have kids that are being creative, giving resources to learn. 25 communities. Can you imagine what the communities will turn in the next 20 years with kids that have this exposure? They will go back to impact the communities, bring jobs, innovation. We have covered 129 schools. And the beauty of this is that 95% of them are public basic schools. You know, Ghana, most times when the development is going to private schools, but the Ayamansa Model Labs is tackling what is difficult to manage. Prof. Kaufman tells us it is giving access to 129 schools. So far, we have recorded 82,024 usage of the Ayamansa Model Lab for the year 2022. Give it a round of applause to the founders of the project. We are so proud of you. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you are doing for Mother Ghana and Gambia. We are moving to other West African countries. Gambia, you hear their story very soon on stage. And on this note, I'm inviting my co-speakers for this panel discussion. I'm inviting the principal, Ms. Hannah Coker from Gambia. The center manager for Lab 8, Bogoso, Edward. Let's welcome them with applause. Edward likes fans, so give him fans. I'm inviting Madam Benis from Ayamansa Model Lab 2. I'm inviting the promoter for Ayamansa Model Lab 3.1, Mr. Charles Amponsa. I'm inviting myself too. Oh, clap for me. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. You can have your microphones for this discussion. I'm so glad that you decided to come. And I will give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your labs. So we're starting from Mr. Charles Amponsa.
All right, Mama, thank you. I am Charles Kwabena Amponsa, a promoter and a convener for Lab 3.1. Hello. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Lab 3.1 is located in Asaribidia Senior High School at Akokeri. That is within the Ashanti region. It was brought there through a friend of mine, Runa Mogul, which discussed with Japheth and Deborah. It's made up of 48-seater computer for students and two computers for teachers. And it's made up of also, we have a maker space, which have the 3D printer, 3 Lego, I think 3 Arduino, and the VR. Okay, and I think it is helping the students a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Benis.
Hello all, and then good morning. Please, I'm Mrs. Benis Ofori. I'm the Home Econ Center Manager for Lab 2, that is LNA Memorial Academy. As a lab, we are blessed with so many facilities through our able helpers, Madame Deborah Rose, our director, Mr. Japheth Ayeku, and all his entourage. So at the center we have, like our brother said, we also have ICT lab. We have the Home Economics Center that is made up of the catering and the sewing labs. We also have our science labs. We have the Robotics Center and then the Maker Space as well. So LNA Memorial Academy is also located at Bawi CP in Accra. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Lab 8.
Okay, thank you. My name is Edward Kwatinosu, the Center Manager for Lab 8. Lab 8 is located in the Western Region, Prestia Valley, Municipal to be precise. We have everything they just talked about, so I wouldn't go much about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Hannah Coker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hannah Coker, Principal of St. Joseph Senior Secondary School in Banjul, the Gambia, the only all-girls senior school in the Gambia.
Wow.
and I'm very much happy to be here. Our story is a beautiful one.
Thank you.
In that the Yamoranza Model Gambia Lab came to us as a dream come true.
Wow.
In 2011, when I took over the management of the school, it was part of my vision to computerize St. Joseph's and make it a modern day school. And sometime towards the end of 2020, I received an anonymous call, and the person just started talking about all these beautiful things that we hear about in the Yamoranza Model Labs, 48 computers, the makerspace, 3D printers, and so on. And really, I didn't believe what I was hearing. Of course, fast track to March 2021, we received a team from Ghana, and we were already signing the documents.
Wow.
And in July of 2021, we dedicated our lab, the only one in the Gambia. So we are happy to be here.
Now that she's whet our appetite about Gambia, I wanted her to give us more light, because most of us haven't been to Gambia yet. We might have just heard Gambia. So you give us some information about Gambia's education system and how the Yamoranza Model Lab, especially the Asanka, is contributing to education.
All right, in the Gambia, the principles, the education system is based on the principles of accessibility, equitable, and inclusive quality education for all.
Right.
And because we want education to be accessible to all students, we have free education for all students up to senior school.
Wow.
And that makes it compulsory for the first 9 years of schooling. So it's a 6-3-3 system.
Yeah.
6 years of lower basic, we call it, lower basic school, which others will call primary school. So 6 years of lower basic school, 3 years of upper basic school. So it's a compulsory 9-year cycle of basic education. At the end of which students write to the Gabeke, which in Ghana we know as Beke, and that qualifies them for entry into senior secondary, where they do another 3 years and then get into tertiary education. Yes. So it's free for all students, and that is made possible because of the school improvement grant, which is a capitation grant for which schools receive support from the state of a certain amount of money per child to cover all operational costs of the school, and also pay the staff, yes, and provide textbooks, especially for us at the senior secondary school level. So all senior secondary school kids in the Gambia receive free textbooks as part of that program. And tuition is free for them as well, unless they find themselves in a private school, a strictly private school. Again, in the Gambia, we have 3 types of school. We have the private schools, and we have schools that are mission schools. We call them grant-aided schools or government-supported schools, and the government schools, which are strictly all government schools. Grant-aided schools,
St. Joseph?
St. Joseph's falls under the category of grant-aided schools. So, but although we receive funds from the state, we do still enjoy some level of autonomy in what we do.
So the Asanka that was introduced recently, and then the Makerspace, the Julab that was given to Gambia. In terms of education, let's say at St. Joseph, how is it impacting education?
Oh, great. Great. For a start, it's a great interest booster for the students. We see students beginning to take ownership of their learning, of their education. And we see them moving from this dependency syndrome of having to depend too much on the teacher and, trying to do things on their own.
Yeah.
For me, that's really touching and that's great.
Yeah.
You know, and the Asanka, for instance, we have, I must commend the Tech Aid team and Yamoranza team for the great work done in creating the Asanka special made for us.
Yes.
Because it had to be loaded with the Gambian curriculum.
Yeah.
Already they had worked with so many regions in Ghana,
Yes,
so it was
that's
easy.
true.
It's easy if they have to replicate it in other Ghanaian regions.
It was created from scratch.
Created from scratch for
Gambia.
For Gambia.
Right.
I think that was a good job, well done for us, and you know, yeah.
So the students have self-taught programs on the PCs, so they
yes.
don't necessarily need the presence of teachers to learn. That's what she's talking about. And then also they have access to many resources that they can study
There's a
from.
lot of resources on the Asanka. There's great literature books, Shakespearean books.
Right.
You name them on the Asanka, you know, to which students have access.
Okay.
And like I said, this can all be done in their own time, at their own level.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to move to Bogoso Lab 8 very soon. I want to ask you, so remember when we came to dedicate the final aspect of the Yamata Model Labs last year?
Yeah.
Since you have your EduLab and Makerspace, how has teaching and learning been?
Thank you. Before I speak, I don't want anyone to underestimate the impact of the Yamransa Model Lab. You wouldn't really understand what it does for the kids out there until you get closer to it. Then, before the lab was dedicated, after school you get kids just playing around, playing football, and it was so bad. And when you, the teacher, you are supposed to teach, you would have to force yourself by getting a textbook, trying to write notes on the board for the kid to also copy before you can explain, and that was tedious. Because in my last class, the last school that I taught, I was teaching 6 subjects. Because from primary school, that's the KG, to the JHS, we had only 4 teachers. 4 manning the whole school. And I was teaching 6 subjects in JHS 1, JHS 2, JHS 3.
Did you ever want to quit?
Seriously, I thought about that. Because it was too much for me.
Yeah.
Then God willing, the Helping Africa Foundation and Yamransa and their associates came in and built such a beautiful edifice.
Did you say build?
Yes.
Like a whole building?
It was a whole building, a new building.
Right.
They came in, collaborated with the municipal assembly. Then they built a new structure, serious one.
A
beautiful.
story building.
Yeah, and I think I might say it's a bit beautiful than the first lab. I know they wouldn't agree, but that's us, you know, Bogoso, we always hyping ourselves, so don't worry. Yeah, for here, yeah, thanks. So, as I said, when we were supposed to teach without simple IT tools, it was so tedious, you really suffered. Today, teachers come into the lab to teach mathematics. Because we have the slides, we have videos from the Asanka, getting some from YouTube, and they are so happy teaching because the kids are just there, they just look at it and they're like, oh, sir, so this was what you were talking about. It has been abstract for so long, and now they are getting the real thing. And the kids are now learning programming. It's so easy now to teach. Considering some 3, 4, 5 years ago, Yamransa, thank you.
So now we are moving to Lab 2, the home economics section. The beauty of the Yamransa Model Labs is that we are not only providing robotics and ICT education, and also access to the other subjects that we learn in the curriculum. But we have also the arts, the home economics section, where we have the clothing and catering. So Lab 2 has a huge, sometimes when I go there, I want to take the kitchen away to my house. It's a very beautiful kitchen, and then a sewing room. I want you to tell me, how was teaching of catering and then sewing, like before you got the lab, and now that you have it, what are the amazing things that you are creating?
Thank you very much. I must say I'm very grateful to Yamransa, the partners, and then Helping African Foundation for giving us this home economic center. Before the labs were given to us, having practicals was quite tedious and stressful.
Okay.
So anytime you're going to have practical, I have to like think about it for a week, how I'm going to organize the equipment, because I have a catering background, so I have most of the equipment at home. So I have to bring all of them to school. And then you tell the kids to bring maybe the petty things they have to bring.
Yeah.
Then they will not bring it. And then on the practical, they see them going home. Now they are going for their coal pot and stuff. So I remember one time I had to even call off a practical.
Yeah.
Because when I came to school, I noticed they were all not there. I asked where they were, and they were like, they have all gone in search of the equipment. So it made having practicals, especially the catering practicals, very, very tedious and stressful. And one other thing is, before we have the practical, we didn't have a specific room for practicals, so we had to convert one classroom into a kitchen and then convert another room into a serving room. So you can imagine. So after the practicals, you now have to stay behind, pack up everything, clean the room, and then get the room back in shape. So you have practicals and you plan it a day before. We finish the following day around 7 before going home. So it was deterring most of the students from
catering.
So it's like when they get to Form 2, where they have to pick their electives, they rather pick pre-tech. Because they didn't want to be seen carrying coal pots, cooking pots and stuff to school. So that the coming of the lab has really been a blessing to Lab 2.
Yeah, and I hear you have a beautiful washroom.
Yes, please.
I hear some of you want to sleep in the washroom.
The funny thing is, you go to the washroom sometimes, and you'll be there quietly, and then you hear the kids discussing in the washroom. It's like, hey, this washroom is even better than Accra Mall. And then sometimes they'll be there and they'll be gossiping, some petty gossiping, funny things. Sometimes I'll just be there and I'll be laughing at their comments. So I think Lab 2, we are so blessed. Now we are so blessed. Now the coming of the bringing of the Lab 2, the Home Econ Center, is making us venture into things we were not thinking we'll be venturing into. And for the first time, we are going to have a maiden cooking contest. All thanks to the
Yamransa Model Labs. Can you imagine teaching how to make jam, and they will write the method, get a pineapple, use fork, scratch the pulp out of it, then the children will write on their board, the children will copy, and then they'll take it home.
Then they'll take it home.
They have never tasted jam before.
Sometimes I just have to let them, I'll just teach them from the book and then we go. I didn't want to go through that stress. But now, every practical lesson we do, you see that they themselves, they are eager to at least try. So because of the upcoming cook competition, you see that the kids will be there, they'll bring their own ingredients and tell me, Madam, we want to go and practice what we want to do. Then they'll come out with the best dish they want to do. So the coming of the lab has really been a blessing to us, really.
Wonderful.
We are so grateful.
Thank you. Give it a round of applause. Now we're going to a senior high school also here in Ghana. They have a beautiful story of how the Yamransa Model Labs is supporting their education curriculum in the school. So, Mr. Mponsa, tell me about Asari Bediako, and then also how the Makerspace Edu Lab is supporting the academic structure of the school.
All right, thank you, Jemima. I think I'll start by saying that for my school, Kafui, yourself, and Lauren knows they're even better than I do. Now, if your child is placed there after GHS, I think the day you step there, I mean, going through the admission, when you enter there, you return. You take your kid back. We have nothing in the school. We had nothing in the school. Now, thanks to Deborah, Jafet, Rona, we have this. You see, as I'm saying, the school doesn't have a library, no science lab. The science lab, we have a small classroom that have some equipment there. I remember when Kaf entered there, he asked, so how do you compete with other schools doing science and math? So it's something that was troubling our mind, but when I petitioned Jaffe, Deborah, they decided to come and help the school, and they brought the lab in the makerspace. Now, for the lab, it is the only resource center, okay, for the school. Since we don't have a library, we don't have a science lab, anything, it's the only place that students can get information whenever they need it. And we are lucky to have a Wi-Fi system in the school, so always connected to internet. So students are able to search for information, or they're on Google, YouTube, anywhere that they want to search for information. And also, it is also assisting teachers to also, I mean, do their research to get information to teach the students, okay, during lessons, and also present lessons, as my brother said, okay, because since we don't have lab, like I teach biology, sometimes the teaching is all abstract, but with the help of the lab, we are able to deliver lessons through videos, animated videos, to help the students understand the lessons that we are delivering, okay?
Yeah.
For YM Lab, I didn't know some of my teachers couldn't even boot a computer until I'm telling you, until when we had, when the kid brought their team to train, have a training. See, when the lab comes, we have a training for the teachers.
We train the teachers.
Yeah, that was when I got to know that some teachers could boot a computer.
Wow.
But for the YM Lab now in the school, now we have all the teachers now being able to operate computers.
Wow.
So Deborah, Rona, we salute you. Thank you.
And I hear that now the school is offering elective ICT.
Yeah, because of that, the school is also offering elective ICT. And to add to it, you see, like I was saying, when your child is placed there, you pick it. Because of the lab, we have one of the members, or our brother from TechAid, bringing his kid to Asaribidiak, all the way from Accra.
So now the community, the parents do not send their kids to far away schools.
Yeah, we have
they can be educated in their own.
All parts of Ghana. I think when we were coming, we go to the airport, they asked, are you going for robotics company? We said, yes. Which school? Asaribidiak. We said, okay, next time I'll bring my kid there.
Thank you so much. So now the community members are not sending their kids far, Cape Coast and all to school, but as a Rebediako Senior High School, having these resources are also helping the parents, saving them of transportation costs, saving them of the headache of where are their kids, how would they even access them, because sometimes also transportation to go and visit them is a problem. But now that they are closer, they can even keep an eye and ensure that they are supporting their kids throughout their school education. So this is beautiful. Let's give a round of applause for the Abraham Model Labs again. I'm very touched. You nearly made me cry. Like, it's so emotional to even think that, you know, teachers couldn't boot a computer. Come on. That's so touching. Yeah. Yeah. So can you share with me some of the things that you are creating in your lab 2? The sewing, because when I come there, I see amazing stuff. Tell me more.
Okay. So with the sewing, we are trying our best to, you see, in our curriculum, GHS, we have a limit. We can't go more than a dress.
Okay.
So for now, we try our best. We sew the dresses as is in the curriculum. Because we don't want to, sometimes when you teach the kids what is not in the syllabus, when they go to the exams, or they end up writing something else. So you go strictly by what is in the syllabus. And they are also making their own aprons for their catering practicals.
I was about to ask that.
Yes, yeah.
Because when I was in school, class 5, I had to sew a whole apron with needle and thread.
Yeah.
I keep it as a treasure because it was handmade. I love it. Everywhere, I still have it. I sew apron with the belt and everything in the pocket with needle and thread. You can imagine the weeks that it took. I remember one time I spoiled the stitches and my mother really got angry. I had to remove everything and sew again with my hands. So to have sewing machines.
Yes. We have the electric and then we have the hand sewing machines. And the electric ones are industrial, so it's multi-purpose. So it helps a lot. It helps a lot.
This is emotional. You must be blessed.
We are so blessed.
So Lab 8, again, tell me some community impacts that the lab has brought about. I mean, because you see, before there is a change, there's always like an input or something that is causing it. We want to know how the lab is supporting social, economic impact.
Okay. So during one of our programs, we had one church. They came in and they were like, oh, we have heard that there's a computer lab here. And we want you to train us. But they weren't getting that. Gone with the days, they weren't getting that. And currently looking at the numbers that we have at the lab, considering 2021, 2022, the numbers have really grown. Because first, as at 2021, we were doing around 13,296 students within the year. Then within 2022, we have risen to 16,178. So you can just see that more students love coming to the lab now. More parents are bringing their students to the lab. And one happy part of it is the gender side. Last year, that's 2021, the males were leading the females a bit. But this year, that's last year, 2022, the females have picked up the IT and they are now seriously learning it. So you can see the impact. Some were just thinking about, okay, let's send us, the Asarabedia convener was saying, let's send our kids to STEM schools. But now they are trying to send their kids to the secondary school over there so that at least they will be able to come to the lab to come and enjoy those facilities.
Wow.
So it's really helping a lot. It's really helping. And there's one boy, I brought him here.
Okay.
That's Marcel.
Okay.
He was very young. He was in around, that was class 5, class 6, when the mother said that, okay, so I want you to teach this guy IT, because the mother had a secretarial shop, but he was doing a bit of typing. And today, Marcel just loves it. You can just see in his eyes when he's with the EV3. He just likes building. Let me do this, let me do that, let me do this, and programming. So the mother just spoke to me one time and just said, oh, okay, so right now, they'll be going to Form 3 next year, but I want him to attend a STEM school. At first, she was thinking of doing something in the academic side, but now she wants the kid
Career
to attend.
options, exposure. Exposure is key.
So the level of impact the lab is having on Bogoso and its environs is serious. Because now schools book a Friday, then they come in the whole day. We have intentionally left Fridays for schools outside the catchment area.
So that they can also have access.
So
to the
they
lab.
call, we speak to them, we give them time. Okay, Friday, you come. So Friday, they come in from 9 o'clock, so they are tired. Yes, because when they leave, they wouldn't get access to that. So they would have to finish every practical that they have learned in their school on that day.
Okay.
And you can just imagine, it's really helping.
Yeah. And then I know, you can... I know in Gambia, I hear you've been you are in Gambia and you're communicating with the UK Parliament. And then you're also in Gambia and your lab and your school have turned into what? A technology and science hub? Tell us more of those stories.
Yes. We have young ambassadors in our school. for the Steve Synod Foundation. It's an advocacy foundation, and they advocate for children's rights in education and getting the best for themselves. And it takes them to talk to people everywhere. And this year we had to do an advocacy with the UK Parliament. And it was made possible, you know,
using the conference room?
Using the conference room.
So in the conference room, they are conferencing style, seated like this, with a projector and all that, so they could, you know, join them via Zoom or something, and then the kids can see them and they also can enjoy the kids.
So they were able to talk to parliamentarians in the UK to talk about their issues and, you know, advocate for less privileged children in the rural areas. Yeah, and they were also able to talk to other campaign champions in the UK as well. Yes. Yeah. Recently, in celebration of Girls in STEM, in partnership with Coaches of Influence Foundation, we hosted the STEM Day in St. Joseph's. And the team, the robotics team, were able to do an exhibition.
Yes.
Yes.
I had mathematics equation. You develop a mathematics equation?
Not really, just models, mathematical models.
Okay, mathematical models.
For use in maths classes.
Wow.
For teaching.
Using the robotics?
No, using the 3D printer.
The 3D printer?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
And these are things just like one of the labs reported. They brought them in. We have teachers in neighboring schools coming to collect these to use.
To use it in their various schools. Yeah. So now we don't need to go and buy, let's say, the set squares, the shapes and all that. We can print them. You saw Arduino being printed, bolts and nuts being printed. So even we can print them and sell it to, let's say, other schools for them to use. Because I know, for instance, in one of the labs, they've printed the skeletal system. So the skull, the spine, all those things have been printed using the 3D MakerBot in the Yamransa Model Labs, which we have in 12 regions as at now. So this is a beautiful story, changing lives, transforming people, developing our nation through a community at a time. So I'm so grateful for the Yamransa Model Labs, which is being managed by the implementers where I work. We are the project management organization, and we are very much interested in ensuring that this project is successful. So from the needs assessment, implementation stage to even after the dedication, we still assess impact and communicate it. And then we are being supported by our technology partners, that is TechAid, who are producing and curating. When I say curating, you know it's different from creating. They are creating the Asanka and creating the Asanka too. So let's give a round of applause to all these teams supporting impact and education here in Ghana. I'm so excited to be a part of this model, and I'm happy for you as teachers. I'm happy for you as students. This opportunity, I know you wouldn't take it lightly, and I'm hopeful to see that in the next 20 years, we will have great leaders here in our country. My name is Jemima, and I'm happy to be your host and moderator for this session. Thank you so much. Thank you, teachers.
Thank you very much, Jemima, for ending right on schedule. In fact, ahead of schedule. Let's appreciate our wonderful moderator. She handled that with a lot of passion and energy and brought a lot out of the panelists. Thank you so much. We have a slight change to our program. We're going to do the second round table before we go for break. And the moderator is Mr. Jonathan Wiesner, Deputy Executive Director of Helping Africa Foundation. Where is he? There he is. He's going to go up on the stage, and I'm going to bring all our guests onto the stage to discuss the role of STEAM in the attainment of the SDGs. Dr. Deborah Rose is President of Helping Africa Foundation. Mr. Jafet Ayiku, Executive Director of Helping Africa Foundation. Mr. Kafui Prebi, Project Director and Implementers. Evelyn Ajapong, Regional STMIE at the Ghana Education Service, and then Alana C. Jones, Associate Vice Chancellor of International Affairs, University of Colorado, Denver. So these are our panelists, and the moderation will be done by Mr. Wiesner, and they're doing this for all right. The stage is yours. Let's welcome our panelists and our moderator.
Thank you. And do we have? Should I leave a space for that? No. So I'm in the corner here. I'll be giving you the time updates. I'm looking for. Is Evelyn? Evelyn? Where's that? Yeah, I mentioned. Is Evelyn?
Evelyn? I don't see her.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'll check.
Give us a few minutes. We're getting it together. The surprise of coming before lunch, just give us a few minutes to get organized. Yeah, actually, okay, so Kafui has a great idea. I don't know if Jemima is still around, but Jemima, so maybe, are there any questions that the audience might have for Jemima and the previous panels? And I'm going to start that off by asking a question specifically. And Jemima, maybe you can tell me who, I'll direct it at you, and then maybe you can help in terms of getting some backup from some of your panelists. But the question is, have you seen improved BEC results as a consequence of the Yamaransa Labs?
Thank you so much for this question. The Yamaransa Model Labs gives the students access to the various subjects, that is social studies, science, maths, English, and all the other subjects that are examinable in the basic education certificate examination, which is the examination you take before you go to the senior high school here in Ghana. And to be honest with you, in terms of preparation for the BEC, the students have access to all the e-tests, past questions, resources for them to prepare. Okay, so most times when it gets to BEC period, the labs block a period whereby the Form 3s, that's the final year students, can have access to more practice, okay, to have practical sessions, testing their knowledge of what they've learned so far. And then from there, they're prepared. So I can say confidently that in terms of preparation for BEC, unlike before where parents have to struggle to go and buy past questions and then textbooks and all that, the students have access to them. And so when they go into the exams rooms, they are very confident at that. And then so you can see that most of the labs are reporting that now they are seeing the kids that have used the lab and have written BECs are picking up faster and better when it comes to learning and preparing for BEC. Not even only BEC, but they learn things that are very internalized, and then it's not chew, pass, and forget. It is chew, it is learn, and I know, and I've written the exams, and I've passed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And what we will be doing over the course of the next year or so is actually studying the impact that the Yamaransa Lab has had on improving the BEC results so that we can do comparatives between both before the lab and after the lab, but also comparatives with other regions which might not have the benefit of the labs, and see how we've actually impacted the BEC results. So we're looking forward to working on that and reporting back to you in the days to come. So our panelists include our great friend, Kafui Prebi, who is the project director for Implementers and the founder and president of TechAid, which has created the Asanka device that has essentially made all of this possible. And then we have from the CU Denver, the University of Colorado, Denver, Elena Jones, who holds the distinguished position of being Associate Vice Chancellor of International Affairs. And we were really happy to bring Elena and the rest of the team from the University of Colorado, Denver, and I'll have them stand up. Anthony, you want to stand up? And Matt, who you'll be hearing from later. But we were delighted to bring them to Ghana to see what we're doing with the Yamaransa model, and so that they can get firsthand a sense of what we've accomplished here. And we're working with them on projects that we hope to talk more about later in the United States. So, Elena, thank you for joining this particular panel. And then I have my boss, Jafet Ariku, who is the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation. And as you have heard on some of the videos, and we'll hear later from Dr. Deborah Rose, is one of the three-legged stool that essentially has made this possible. Three legs being Dr. Deborah Rose, Jafet, and Kafui. So thank you all for joining us on this panel today. And I'm going to start off with a question, and I think I'm going to direct it at you, Jafet. STEAM education has been defined as the education of the 21st century. It is an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary model to promote sustainable development. Do you agree? And if so, please elaborate.
So thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm Jafet Ayiku, and I serve as Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which has a mission of spreading computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, and now we are into Gambia. In fact, for a while, I used to say that Helping Africa Foundation is more like Helping Ghana Foundation, because everything was coming to Ghana, but we're not in the Gambia. There is a poem that somebody wrote. It hasn't been attributed to anyone, but it says in part, some people see things as they are, and they ask why. We dream of things that never were, and we say, why not? I think I'd like to repeat that. Some people see things as they are, and they ask why. We dream of things that never were, and we say, why not? So, in answer to your question, STEM education, which seems to be limited to science, engineering, and all of that, STEAM incorporates the art of literature, the art of history, the art of political science and English, and it opens up the mind of the child that can make it possible for the child to learn anything and do anything at all, including art itself in terms of the drawings. So absolutely, with my background, essentially not in science, but I did read science and I read all of the classics and all of that, and I think that has made me a better person. So, for example, I can say from a poem that I read a long time ago that says, not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or ways, but to act that each tomorrow finds us further than today. These are all things that as a student you learn and you incorporate into your life, and so it becomes a guide for you to move on and to do bigger and better things. So when you fall down, the poem tells you, you can wake up, you can get up, brush up yourself, and keep on going forward. And that is the essence of STEAM education, the incorporation of the humanities with the sciences to make a better student, to make a better human being. And that's what we're trying to promote. Because in our science, in the lab that we've created, it's not just limited to computing, but it has the Asanka device that has all of the literature, all of the sciences, all of the interesting classics that the students can access and they can enjoy and they can learn. So absolutely, I agree that STEAM education is so important, and I am so glad that we have incorporated that in our language, because we're already doing that in our labs that we've established throughout the whole country.
I can't think of a more perfect answer. Last year, when we had the first Airtad roundtable conversation here, we talked about STEM education. And there was a woman in the audience who was extremely vocal about yelling out to us, it's not STEM, it's STEAM education. And what Jafet has just done in very articulately spoken to exactly why the importance of arts is critical to the evolution of STEM into STEAM. So thank you for that. Very illustrative, literate response that demonstrates the importance of the arts. Kafui, now let's take STEAM education and ask ourselves, how can we improve, how does it improve rural education in Ghana and the world as a whole?
Thank you very much. My name is Kafui, as you mentioned. So I work as a project manager as a passion because I love planning and the team are the implementers. But I started off in technology, which is why TechAid is also partnering with implementers to do this project. If you look at what Jafet just said in rural Ghana, and looking at the passion of the kids from Nkonya, Peki, and everything, one thing they are learning to do is collaboration. Right? It's one thing that cannot be taught in the classroom, how you collaborate with colleagues. Emotional intelligence, how to tolerate people, how to work in an office environment. Those things are not taught by doing your titration or prof knows, but it is how to relate with colleagues, how to work together. Because we've all seen sometimes in our universities and our classes very brilliant people who we call them anti-so. Have we all experienced those people before? Yes. They're so brilliant. They could do all the mathematics calculations. They do awesome work. They're top of the class. But nobody can relate to them. And those are the kind of people who use their science and technology to do things without a heart, without love. And so whereas somebody will use his knowledge in science, English, mathematics to do something that touches the lives of others, somebody would want to just do calculations and leave it there. And this is the difference that we're trying to promote. And through this project, and in rural Africa, we are seeing the children that through the science STEAM education, the children are collaborating, they are working together on projects, they wake up and tell each other when they should go to the lab, and collaborative, they are working how to work in offices and different projects together. I feel that part of the art is what we're doing through rural education. And when we started, we only thought about the STEM, the planning, but now we feel so much strongly that this is critical, and therefore STEAM education is something that we are championing. And I want to say that, yes, together we see the children coming out with that attitude slowly, and we feel like this year's projects, you saw the kids even speaking to it. We saw one eloquent kid who spoke from one of the labs. I don't want to say because that would influence the results. But you realize how he spoke. You can tell he's building confidence whilst doing the project. That's the attitude that we want. That's the art part, where they speak and they speak to their sciences, but they're bold to stand in front of people and also speak about this. That's what we're building in rural Africa.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I mean, so if you look at the projects that these kids, all of them did, and how they address specific questions around the SDGs and what they're going to be able to accomplish in rural Ghana and then change for Ghana as a whole. I mean, it's extraordinary. I'm sure all of you are as equally impressed as I am and as, with what they did. But that, to me, is indicative of how this has an impact.
Absolutely. There was one of the problems about sanitation, irrigation, agric. And in the past, if we did STEM, we would probably not focus on using STEM to solve real life problems. But today, they are expected to use the knowledge in STEM, and we saw some of them printing levers, wheels, and creating the pumps to solve local problems. This is what this project is driving in the rural areas and in Ghana and Africa.
Elena, so I hope you were as proud as I was of seeing how many women, girls, were taking part in these competitions. So my question for you is, the promotion of the agenda, women in STEAM education, has achieved high popularity. Do you believe this agenda has helped promote gender equality in more ways than one, and how?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's my great pleasure and honor to be here. I was so inspired by all the projects, and I'm just really amazed by all of you. So I hope you all feel as proud as I am of you. It's really, really amazing. Yes, there's no question that the promotion of this agenda has been highly influential across our society. And it's also true that we still have a long way to go. If you look at the data, 50 years ago, when we only were thinking about it relative to STEM, 50 years ago, when you looked at the STEM workforce, less than 10% of the positions in STEM were filled by women. Today, 50 years later, it's just under 30%. So great progress, and yet at the same time, there's no question that there's still much that can be done. And it's not about capability, it's not about competence. Research tells us that women and girls have the same capability, the same ability as the boys and the men. It's external factors that are really influencing girls and women entering into STEM and STEAM fields. It's factors like access. It's factors like encouragement. It's factors like role models, seeing other female role models in the fields. And it's also things like the culture and the environment that may or may not be encouraging girls and women to participate. So we see how important it is in our educational systems that we were really encouraging not just the boys, but also the girls to participate. It's so critically important. These positive influences from teachers, from parents, others adults in our life, and I would say positive influences from all of you. You are influencers in your community. And when you talk positively to younger girls or to other girls in your community and encourage them to participate, that's powerful. You are an influencer. And I encourage all of you, all of us, to do our part to truly influence girls to participate just like the boys, girls and boys. And I would say this is why, part of the reason why the Yamaransa model is so powerful. It's providing that access, it's providing that encouragement, and really, really proud to be a part and hear about all these great opportunities and efforts.
Jafet?
Yeah, if I may add a rejoinder to this same question. I mean, we, the Help Africa Foundation, we're very, very committed to women's rights, to equality of the sexes, and all of that. So we had a dedication in one of the communities, and in each one of them, there is always a management committee that is formed to make sure that the center is managed properly. So in this one instance, I mean, this gentleman, I mean, a robust speaker said, so we have the best minds to manage this center, and it is Mr. X, Mr. Y, Mr. Days, it's all misters. So wait a minute, wait. You mean to tell me that there is no one good miss or missus in this community to serve on this management board? No, Mr. You are wrong. We can't have that. So we insisted. And I think, you know, so as Elena is saying, it's all about opportunity. It's all about forgetfulness. We seem to forget that the women exist. We seem to forget that the women have the capabilities and the ability to do things. And so sometimes we need to remind ourselves that indeed they have the capability to do wonders, just like the boys. A secondary joiner. I have a little school somewhere there here in Accra, and I realized that indeed our little girls are given so much responsibility from a younger age. At 5, 6, they are responsible for taking care of their siblings and their fathers and all of that. They fetch water and they come and they're expected to learn and to do well in school. I know it's a burden on them. So what I did in the school, I came up with a program, a special program for girls called JEEP, Girls Education and Enhancement Program, where every weekend for a 15-week, we bring girls from the surrounding villages to Accra, to our school. We convert a couple of the classrooms into boarding facilities. We provide them with everything, and we give them 15 weeks of intensive tutorial to prepare them for the BEC, so they can do well and go on to secondary schools. Otherwise, in the villages, when they fail, they become second, third, fourth wives to the rich people in the villages. We wanted to break that. And I'm telling you, these girls, over a couple of years, they were doing so well that the boys started to complain that the girls are doing better than them. So now we change it to Jeep plus B. The boys now are part of the program that we have for the girls. So, indeed, we just need to give the girls the opportunity, and they do wonders. So, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to point out something. We've made enormous progress in terms of the students, so that there's parity now, or close to parity, in terms of boys to girls in terms of their students. I'm looking around the room. We're mostly men in this room. So what we have is a preponderance of educated males who have become teachers, and I believe that the program that we've instituted is going to change that, and that in the years to come, as we look around this room, it'll be either a preponderance or certainly an equal number of women teachers that are educating the youth of Ghana. So, thank you, Elena, for your answer. I'm going to move on to and ask each of you, because I think it's relevant to each of you, what major challenges have been identified to hinder the implementation of sustainable STEAM education? Kafui, let's start with you.
So thank you very much. The challenges have been lack of access to tools. I'm not sure that's all. Yeah, so the challenges basically in Ghana have been lack of access to tools, right? Just like the basic education system, it started and people were supposed to acquire practical skills. Now it is a part of the new core CCP, the syllabus that has just come out. The people are supposed to embrace STEM education or STEAM. But unfortunately, I don't think that in our public schools, there's one school that has that as yet, fully funded, through the public system. I do know that the government has started some STEM schools, some projects, to put a couple that I've seen a few launched, and the ministry is pushing that to make sure that at least there are a couple of them around the country. But the biggest challenge is the lack of access to the tools. Like any other subject, we all know that learning by rote doesn't allow a lot of people to get access to the right knowledge. But practicing it, we heard Jemima talk about the preparation of jam. The steps to do the jam are there. They write it. They've never done one. They've never tasted what jam is. So if you want to do something in robotics, you want the kids to learn coding, you need a little tablet or you need a little laptop. You need some devices, Arduino board or Legos. But unfortunately, they are not in the schools. So we might end up just like some years ago when I was teaching. You have to put the steps on the board and people copy. But unfortunately, that doesn't help the child to acquire anything. So the biggest problem is the lack of access to tools today. That where they become proliferated and available in the communities, the kids can then do hands-on practice. STEAM education and STEM education, the biggest challenge I see is the practicality. the practicality. In STEAM, where it's arts, where it's collaboration, where it's emotional intelligence, where it's about doing projects together, that's the difference with if somebody was studying STEM or doing something particular to be a particular engineer. That's the difference. So it's the tools, the lack of the centers. And that's the problem that, you know, HAF has started to address, providing the robotics centers we call makerspace in all the 12 regions, and by the end of the year we'll have 16 across the whole country that people can benefit from. So it's access to tools.
I don't want to presume on Jafet's answer to this, but ideally, you know, what we're doing through the Amaransa model becomes an example to the rest of Ghana. So, but Jafet, to pick,
Indeed.
If I stole some of your thunder.
No, you're right. Absolutely. Because all we're trying to do over these years is to try to demonstrate to the government that we do have something. We have a model that can really change the education system in the country. And you know, we can't do it all by ourselves. We're trying very hard to let the government know to embrace the model that we're introducing. Now, we are trying to get industry to also embrace it. So we have as our partner a very well-liked individual who is very, very excited about the project that we're working on, the president of AGI. He just walked in, Dr. Humphrey Dake. Hello, sir. You can say hello. He's always encouraging us to bring in industry. Let's partner with industry, because they too can help us in terms of expanding what we're trying to do. So yes, I believe that if the government can embrace what we're trying to do alongside industry and put in just a little bit of money, maybe $5 million a year or so in their budget, by the time, you know, a 4-year term, 8-year term, we will have replicated this model in all of the communities across Ghana. It's a robust system. It is a robust lab. We're excited about it. We are putting our own money and our own resources into it, but we know we can't do it all by ourselves. In Greater Accra, for example, we only have one ICT lab in Greater Accra. Now, it doesn't serve too many people, but you know, we are committed to building one of each lab in each of the 16 regions, so we're limiting ourselves to completing that, and then we can come back and see what we can do with the larger regions and all of that. So indeed, Jonathan, it is a government. We are hoping that government and private industry will partner with us, and we can expand this model that we're introducing all over the country.
Evelyn, I believe, Ejapong, I believe, you're here. Ghana Education Services. Would you mind joining us up on stage? Thanks. Evelyn, thank you so much for joining us. I'm not sure how much of this conversation you've heard so far.
Right, I'm there. About 10 minutes, 12 minutes perhaps.
All right.
So I think I've heard enough to join in.
So actually I'm going to just direct this
No
question that Jafet just answered and ask you to elaborate on that. In other words, as we look to expand what we've done with the Amaransa model, what we're really looking for is a sign-in by the government, a sign-off by the government. I certainly have acknowledged what we're doing, but a sign-off in terms of accepting the model as we've developed it. And we now have a very comprehensive template in terms of what it takes to actually implement these centers, and have done it now, or will have done it by the end of this year, in all 16 regions. So from your perspective, how can we expand this program beyond just 16 regions in Ghana to 160 districts in Ghana?
Okay, I'm not representing the Ghana Education Service, so I don't know where that one came from.
But you can give us your thoughts anyway.
I'm an independent education consultant. Okay. So I mainly work in the private sector. And what I find in Ghana on the whole is you have to seem to have done it to be successful before you get the buy-in. And so the only way that you're going to get the buy-in really is a mindset change. It's not the physical. Because it's no good having a wonderful building with all the resources you need when those who are meant to implement are not capable of implementing. So the challenge now becomes, how do you, as a parallel, run having the centers ready, but the people who are then going to make use of those centers also understand the value of it, and those who are actually going to show the capability of that center also being able to do it with much pride, joy, excitement, and to build that momentum. Then the rest of it becomes easy. You just have to kind of start the ball rolling, and that will usually get things going.
I'm pretty confident we've actually begun to go down that road, and
Wonderful.
we have done it. And in our earlier panel, we talked about how the usage of these centers has dramatically increased as the community has grown to accept the centers.
Yeah.
And then we talked briefly about beginning to demonstrate impact in terms of improved BEC results as a consequence of the work that we're doing. And I think that certainly, goes part way to what you're talking about in terms of getting a bigger buy-in. But how much of it is political?
All of it.
Yeah.
That's the simple answer. The biggest challenge we have in Ghana, and I'm hoping that I'm not going to upset anyone by saying what I'm about to say, but I'll say it anyway, is that education is political. And in every other jurisdiction you look at, when education is non-political, it goes further. So when it is about kind of tick boxing and showing that, oh, we are doing really well, never mind that our predecessor started something that was working quite well and we just need to continue it, we're going to completely quash all of that, throw that away, and restart. So a bit like you have this momentum going for something. You know, God forbid that a new political party comes in. Are you going to get the same buy-in? And really, education should not be inclusive of politics. It should be exclusive of politics. And so until you get to the point at which there is an understanding that education is going to better the country, never mind whether I sit on the socialist aspect or the conservative aspect, or I'm a liberal in the middle, I'm entitled to the same education opportunities so that I can make a difference in my own space, then we are not going to be able to move forward the way we want to. So there's a brilliant Ghanaian saying which I love, which is shine your corner. And when you shine your corner, after a while, people see the light. And that light continues to kind of perpetuate as you go through. And before you know it, people are coming to you. So I remember the Asanka model about 4 years ago at GSTC, because I saw your gentleman there. It clicked. And I thought, what a wonderful idea. Something that does not necessarily require a live connection to the internet to get the resources, but everything is kind of, you know, done as a recipe and is stuck in one space. That means that you can use it whether your internet is connected or not, with all the resources, with all the know-how that you need to do that. Then already you're making some inroads. So the things that will restrict you are no longer restricting you as much. And it's wonderful to hear how far you've managed to move it. And the more you do it, at some point you get to a point where you'll be sitting at the tables where decisions are being made and hopefully get heard and make more of a difference.
So critical to the Yamaranta model, and I'll
Yes.
come to you, Jafet, in just 1 second. But critical to the Yamaranta model is what we start with, and we start with the community. So it's not just that we come in and bring this technology, and we bring computers and we're going to put them in there. We start with the community. There's a needs assessment that is done by Kafui and his team, and then there's a sign-on by the local authorities, the district assembly, the GES. And the GES has to be an active participant in what we're doing, because they pay the salary of the center manager. They pay the salaries of the teachers that are going to bring their students there. So it's a complete sign-in. And I have to say, what I've observed so far, and I'm not a real scholar on Ghana, but what I've observed so far is that at the local level, at the community level, at the district level, we've achieved that non-political solution where we're working in collaboration with the community. Javed, sorry.
No, I mean, you're right that we have achieved, but there's still elements of what she's describing as the politics the process of the whole thing, which makes it a little bit difficult.
Which is why we have you.
Yeah. And I was going to say that, I do my damn best to let other people know that this is non-political, that we're trying to just help the children of Ghana. So I can remember one example that in one of the communities that we're building, the center, we had some rumors that, the people are not cooperating because it is in the area of the former somebody or the other. They were having all kinds of issues. So I had to lecture them. I had to actually put them all together and say, listen, just so you know, we have built one of these things here on the recommendation of the Second Lady of Ghana. No problem. We built one of these things here on the recommendation of the President of Ghana. The Chebi lab was recommended by the President himself when we met with him. He says, shine your own light in your own corner. He said, charity begins at home. So he said, why not Chebi? So we went there to build. So I pointed out to them that we are non-political. We just want to help the children of Ghana. So it took them a while, and I had to explain to them that this is what we've been doing. So never mind that this center or this community belongs to some ex-somebody of Ghana, and therefore you are going to impede the progress of what we're trying to build. Yeah. So yeah, it's still a fight that we're trying to get over, and I think we are building the seed. We are planting the seed. We are really planting the seed where I do know that in a couple of years that it's going to take off, and the new crop of leadership that comes to power, they will embrace it, and I believe that we can move forward, into the greater successes.
I'm going to assume that's not a prediction of the election, but yeah, I know.
Just to talk a little to what she said. This morning when Jafet and I were having a discussion right in front here, we talked about scaling up. And I did tell Jafet the same thing that you just re-echoed. It's about doing something consistently for a number of times that you're recognized as a major player, and then they bring you to your table. I know Jafet is passionate about getting the government to take it up, but I said, look, we need to do this a number of times for us to be really recognized that we're doing a great job, which is why I'm so proud of my team, and we have Prof. Kaufman and Dr. Humphrey. They're guiding us as how to do it right. And once we do it right, we can have a seat at the table. Just this morning. Thank you for re-echoing that.
So
You're welcome.
I'm going to actually, I'm recognizing that we're going to run out of time. So I want to ask a wrap-up question, and I want to start with Elena, and just ask, and I'll ask each of you this. So, and that is, what are your expectations for the future? As the world sort of works towards a collaborative effort to promote the SDGs, what do you see as the future? What are your expectations?
My expectation is that we will continue to see forward progress. The question is, how quickly can we scale, as was recently discussed? How quickly can we embed and integrate emerging technologies and learning styles and learning capabilities into the work that we're doing? And how thoroughly can we do what was done today, where your projects, I love the question that was asked of all of you, how does this project contribute to those goals, and being goal-oriented. So there's a lot of work to be done. I do anticipate continued forward progress, and it's going to take every single one of us working within our sphere of influence and our sphere of control to continue to move that forward as quickly and effectively and thoroughly as we can.
So Evelyn, I'm going to ask you to follow up on that.
Okay, we have to be, for want of a better word, innovative. Sometimes I think the word innovative is overused, but we have a lot of catching up to do in Ghana. We have the brain power. We don't necessarily have the infrastructure sometimes. We don't necessarily have the ability always to disseminate to the chalk face, as in the children. And so we have to be a bit more innovative about how, because we have to leapfrog. The world is moving forward each time we're trying to catch up. So how do we then make sure that we are on the same page as the world is at? And if we try and do it with what I would call the standard model, we're always going to be catching up. So it's about thinking of different ways. So I'm thinking AI, VR, a lot of artificial intelligence being used in what we do. And then having people who are skilled teaching those who are unskilled to do what they need to do. So once you've got the individual buy-in, then the children, as for children, they're very malleable. Once they've got the interest, you get them. So it's about we, the adults that are the decision makers, are we making the right decisions to have their interest for them to go with us? Because it's no good telling somebody something is good for them if you haven't shown them how that is going to be good for them. And so we have to think differently. We can't think the same way and expect a different outcome. That's my point of view.
Kafui, I'll let Jafet have the last word, but Kafui, what are your expectations?
Well, I'm looking forward to a Ghana where we have a lot of our local problems solved by our local engineers. I mean, I'll start from the very clear NMSQ, right? Where Prof has said to us, they're building a crop of new engineers, a crop of new scientists who will come and solve our own problems. The society is fed up with people who can solve questions on the paper, and Prof has said in her own foundation that she's working out with people to bring practical skills. And not only the people who can solve it, but have a heart and apply the same principles to do things or to solve problems like the SDGs. So I'm looking forward to what I'm seeing right now is a space in Ghana where there's so much that everybody is talking about: robotics, science, labs, weekends, classes, schools, and all the kids are catching up, and each child is just latching onto that opportunity. So you would see soon a lot of kids who are very interested in robotics, programming, AI, like kids from the rural areas who never had and now have, that in a few years to come, science and technology education, especially STEAM, is going to be the ish. And most kids will be latched on because it's more hands-on. It's not the rote, hard mathematics solving problems, but it's the practical hands-on things that they're doing. So I'm thinking of a lot more of the kids who are going to get interested in this, and we're going to see a revolution in Ghana. That's my own prediction.
Thank you. Jafet, what are your expectations?
I think we're going to do very well. There's a lot going on in the world. We had the Millennium Villages project, which we did well. Now we have SDGs. So I think Ghanaians are ready. I think we are ready to move on and to do some wonderful things. And for those who know me, there's always something incorporating the idea of arts education into everything that I do. So I would just end by saying that there is a tide in the affairs of men. Taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted, and all the voyage of their lives is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Shakespeare. Thank you.
You have a way of making it impossible to follow up on anything you say. You know, I've been coming to Ghana for 2 years. As Dr. Rose knows, I've traveled extensively throughout Africa, but always to conflict zones. So when Dr. Rose first invited me to come to Ghana to see this particular program, I jumped at the opportunity, and I came here, and again, I made 7 trips last year. I continue to be overwhelmed. So to follow up, Jafet, on what you're saying, not only do I see a tremendous future for Ghana, I'm impressed with the today of Ghana. Yes, there are problems, but I'm impressed with the today of Ghana. I'm impressed with the people of Ghana. I'm impressed with the determination of the people of Ghana. I'm impressed primarily by the students that we interact with and their enthusiasm and their innate curiosity about the world and their commitment to working towards a better Ghana, a better world. So I concur in everything that you say. You have to let me know if we have, yeah, okay. So our MC tells us that we have time for a few questions, and we would love to entertain questions, and if not, I'm going to ask questions myself. Yeah. Dr. Rose, yeah, can we take one of those? Dr. Rose.
So hands are up. There's one here. Okay, one came up first, and then I'll come to you.
Oh yeah, well, you were one, Prof. Kaufman, that I was going to turn to.
Hi, I'm Deborah Rose. I just have kind of a comment. I want to combine something that Jonathan said and something that Evelyn said. Jonathan said, you know, people love what we're doing, and you're saying it's all politics. What I'd like to point out is, first of all, you don't know my brother Jafet. And as he pointed out delicately, we have one, you know, the second lady from one political party, President Nana-Addo from the other, both buying in completely. For many years, Mr. Purby was on the front of the Ghana Education Service homepage demonstrating the Asanka device. And as you may learn, it is your agency, the Ghana Education Service, that funds the teachers. That is Kafui's knowledge of the inside work. So your agency is already on board. You don't have a lot of work to do.
I'm not with the Ghana Education Service.
Oh, you're
never
not?
Mind. No.
My mistake.
It's okay. That's how I was introduced, but it was a mistake.
So the Ghana Education Service is already funding this. Jafet would like, we already learned that the parents can't pay at all for attendance. So there are some local things we'd like. And Dr. Darka, who is the newly elected president of the Association of Ghana Industries, we don't build the buildings. We don't pay for building the buildings. He gets the local businessmen, this is the charity begins at home thing. He gets the local businessmen together and they build that. So large components are already funded from within Ghana, and Jafet has plans for more. So we're already a success.
Oh.
Thank you. So, Prof. Kaufman, I believe you have a question? And she'll be moderating the session after lunch.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so very much for all the various comments that we have heard from you. It's just wonderful hearing about the projections you are making, all very positive. And that's as it should be, because there's a lot happening in Ghana. I want to say that Ghana is undergoing a transformation. I don't know if you have noticed. I would say that we have all bought into it. We have seen the problems. We have been talking about the problems for many years. And now if you sample our population, you will find that we are all ready for a change. And so asking for a little bit more support to scale should not be a concern. However, I have to agree with Madame. There is politics in education. Even when we know the best that needs to get done, there are certain hurdles we must scale. The thing is, we all have the best intentions of our children of the future at heart. We are all working towards this goal of transforming the way in which we educate our children. We have the same common goal, but we are handling this problem from different angles, and we need to recognize the efforts that different people in different groups are making. If we try to impose one solution, we are going to be met with resistance. That's the way human beings work. We also work to a reward system, and you know, when people know what they will get out of something, that is when they were willing to put in the effort. Change is not easy. That's where the resistance comes from, because we are used to getting rewarded for doing sometimes the wrong things. And so we need to sit down together. We need to find ways in which we can work together, the various groups, the government institutions, the non-governmental institutions, how we can work together to do the things that need to be done to move things forward much, much faster than it's going. But the change is coming. A time is coming when if you're a teacher and you teach by going to class and writing things on the board for people to copy, you will be an absolutely obsolete breed. That is where we are getting to.
I thought we were there already.
No, there are still some doing it. And so that is where we are going. The change is coming, but we need to work together towards that change. We need to understand each other and to find out ways in which we can work together better and overcome those hurdles that come from the politics that we all don't like.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Humphrey, if you... Humphrey, if you hadn't volunteered, I would have asked you to volunteer.
All right, taking it from the stage of Prof, the first sustainability injection into the Yamaransa came from the private sector. And therefore, my appeal, it's worked so good, deepen that sustainability relationship with the private sector. Make this pitch again and again to the private sector and get us along. Once we define that path, that is why you've come this far that quickly in the last 4 years. It takes a lot to move the whole government machinery to embrace a new era. So with the private sector, well demonstrated. The next stage beyond that sustainability, deepen it. And be careful you do not overstretch yourself and your impact becomes thin. You need to always gauge the degree of and scope of your capacity so that you do not dilute the content that is coming out. So that each center, how do we enrich each center with new technology, innovation that will make the impact significant? Lastly, how do we connect the innovations to job creation models? I was listening and I got the link, and I was in the office and I saw what my team from Lab 6 developed. Amazing. I saw that of the agriculture one. I saw the smart bin that goes into the recycling and the plastic related problems. I saw the water one. Fascinating. So my next point is, how do we connect this, create a project out of it, impact the next stage? So all these gentlemen and ladies coming out to funnel into entrepreneurs, business cases, and create jobs. Then we have made a mark, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Humphrey. And thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
It's great conversation. I really appreciate it. So thank you all for participating.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and ask Dr. Rose to come up. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I think we're going to ask Dr. Rose to come up, and she's going to speak to. Well, I'll articulate the questions. No, because she's going to show it on the side, so she can come up and sit. Yes. Yeah. I'll stay.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
We're live now, Shra.
Okay.
There's been a change in plans.
Okay.
So she's going to read.
Welcome. I'm so glad to see all of the people in the audience. And I think you can see that we tease each other all the time, and we are family. Whatever our backgrounds are, we all know each other very well, and we already get along, so that's not a problem. Okay. And we all have a say in everything, let's put it that way. So, the way I have phrased the topic of my speech is, how can art accurately reflect a new technology or a polluted environment? As you may know, STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And STEAM adds the A for arts. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. My discussion will focus on one of the arts, painting. Okay, in 1878, the photographer Edward Muybridge used what was then cutting-edge technology, a new kind of camera that could take high-speed, stop-motion photographs to capture the gaits of a horse. Now, somewhere I think there was a $25,000 bet. $25,000 was a lot of money in those days. The evidence from those photographs showed that in some parts of the horse's stride, a galloping horse has all 4 hooves in the air at the same time. Could I? That's right. That's it. And you can look at it for yourself. Maybe we'll make it available later. This was revolutionary. So, in 1912, the avant-garde artist Marcel Duchamp was inspired by those images of the horse to paint his iconic work, Nude Descending a Staircase. Now, painting a nude woman was nothing new. The Greeks did it. But using angles to depict motion was considered so violent and so controversial that Duchamp had to remove his painting from the 1912 Group Paris exhibition and place it in his own gallery for safety. And even his own 2 brothers, who were on the judging committee, were so upset with his painting that it caused a split in the family. Now, I don't think art would be that controversial these days, but I'm just telling you what actually happened. Could we have that image, please? Yes. And you have to look at it carefully, and I've even seen a musical version that the number of slices of time of the woman are more than the number of steps, so that he went above and beyond. The French painter, Claude Monet, was called an impressionist. He painted outdoors, not in the studio. This was new. He was so intrigued by the changes of light from the sun that he would paint a scene for maybe 15 or 30 minutes at the same time each day, because the light was the same, and he was capturing it so accurately he couldn't paint that painting later. So his painting, called Impression Sunrise, yes, painted in 1872, gave the name to a whole movement, a whole school of painters called Impressionism. Modern analysis shows that the hazy atmosphere that he loved to capture was visible evidence of air pollution that had taken over London. So, even though I love Monet, the idea that he was painting air pollution is going to kind of pollute my appreciation of him in the future. Okay, that's the sunrise. Could we have the second one, which is Houses of Parliament? There's a tower. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Claude Monet loved capturing the effects of the London smog on light, as shown in his 1904 series of paintings, The Houses of Parliament. And I believe what I remember learning about Monet, because of these short intervals, the reason why there might be 5 or 6 paintings of Houses of Parliament is, you know, here's the 11 to 12, 11:30 to 12 painting, here's the 12:30 to 1 painting, here's the 1 to 1:30, and he would keep track of what time he was doing each impression. Okay, could I have the next painting? The next slide, please. It's Turner. Okay. English painter J.W.M. Turner was said to have been born in the age of sail, but he died in the age of coal and steam. In his famous 1844 painting, Rain, Steam, and Speed, he delighted in capturing the hazy smog created by the coal plants of the Industrial Revolution of England. So, I hope I've added some arts to the STEAM part of the education. And in this lecture, I hope I've inspired you to look at art in a new way and see that there's often science behind it. Thank you.
And I can confirm that lunch is truly a work of art, as you'll be tasting pretty soon. Thank you very much, Dr. Rose, for that really fascinating mini lecture. It's almost like a lecturette, but yeah, very stimulating. Thank you so much for that. That was really good. Whet our appetite nicely for lunch. It's a 1-hour break. And so we're back at, it's now 1:45, I believe. So 2:45 we should be back. And there's a plan for lunch. So Helping Africa Foundation and friends will go first. We'll call you, and then after 10 minutes, the students will also go, and then we'll all be served lunch. So I'm sure they're going to come up, and then we'll go in batches to go enjoy the works of art, culinary art, that have been put together for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. So put your hands together for yourself, and watch out. The next panel after lunch is Roundtable 3. It's going to be moderated by Professor Elsie Efa-Kaufman, Dean, University of Ghana School of Engineering Sciences, and we're promoting STEAM education through innovation. So lots of presenters, Toyin, Diana, we have Mr. Anthony Graves, we've also got Dr. Matthew McCarville, and Mr. Bafo Osei, so it promises to be stimulating. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. We will call you in batches, so please just wait to be brought up for lunch, okay? We'll go in batches. First batch, in 10 minutes time, I know the students are hungry. I would be hungry if I was a student too. But we'll give you 8 minutes, then we'll call the students also to go, all right? Thank you.
Project tells me that there is hope for Ghana, and there's hope for the children in rural and less endowed communities.
This entire project was the result first of an act of love. It was an act of giving. There were alumni from Yale University that came to Yamaransa 10 years ago when this building didn't exist. And because they were grateful for the education they received, they wanted to pass it on to others. That's why this building was built. This personally means to me an act of ongoing gratefulness, of ongoing giving, that the children here may learn and be so grateful that one day they will choose to give to their children and to the next generation of students that come to Yamaransa.
The structure came up quickly, but there were some unfinished parts of it. And so I can see today I am hugely impressed. Everything is just shining and bright. All the equipment are in place. The children are happy, the teachers are encouraged, and there is so much positive feeling because everybody can feel the progress and can see that they are moving in a good way, in a good direction. So for me, this edifice represents the beginning of greater things to come.
We don't simply come into the community and say, we want to build this for you, or want to do that for you. The model, the master model, calls for all of these individual institutions to buy into it and to embrace it and to put in some of their own resources as we bring the major resources to the U.S. to build the projects that we want to build. The Home Econ Center is a special center that we're building for the people of Yamaransa, particularly the children of Yamaransa. Again, this whole process started from Yamaransa. So there are certain things that if the community asks us to do, we'll be more than happy to do for them. So this is a special initiative that we've taken for Yamaransa, but it's not part of our overall strategy of building the centers.
Having this Robotics lab is something we so much appreciate. It's something we love to have. And as we have it now, we are very, very happy to have it here. Because sometimes we do practicals, there are certain things the children need to know as to some equipment. They've never seen some before. So this is an eye-opener for the children.
I'm very, very excited that our lab has been elevated to another level. We are hoping to impact the knowledge to the young ones and the old ones that will use the lab.
Jafet Kifli and I got together and said, we have something greater here. We have seen labs fail. We have seen Americans or foreign aid companies come in, drop some computers and leave. We want something better. And from each of our three perspectives, we had in our own professions worked with development goals. So we all knew about them and we all realized that what we were doing was just in step with the Sustainable Development Goals.
Just in the quest of making sure everything is done the right way, it took a lot of effort. But hopefully, and as we follow the process, we realize that it's very beneficial, and we've been able to have this project fully successfully managed, and now we're going to be dedicating it today.
As implementers, we're focused on development project management. And so we were called upon by the Helping Africa Foundation and Friends of Namasa to complete, some scope of work that was incompleted in the building. And this was to try to complete the home economics room as well as the conference room, which is upstairs. And all this was to make sure that the center is fully functional and can stand on its own as a sustainable model, because the Nyamansa model is all about sustainability.
Because we are able to find out what people actually need to give to them.
Implementers is the project manager for the Nyamansa model, and the work we're doing at LNA is part of the Nyamansa model. So we oversee the execution of the project. The technology is only a part. There's training, there's already people engagement. So Implementers is involved and manages the overall outcomes of the project.
My name is Jafet Ayiku. I serve as the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is a New York-based
main event of the annual Impact Roundtable discussion.
These are amazing students, so just getting to watch the students, getting to hear them a little, I'm just really looking forward to, as the day warms up, seeing what they want to show us.
So this is an opportunity for us to see for ourselves, what they feel about their interactions in the lab and all of that.
And there's a tremendous amount of excitement. You can feel it already with the people who are arriving and with the guests who are arriving. And this is, I think, a first step in really studying the impact and then communicating that impact through some of the events that are going to be happening here today.
Airtad, the annual Impact Roundtable, was crafted as a platform to showcase the good work of the Nyamansa model. And today we're looking at the competition that the kids and the schools will participate in. That competition is what is going to spur the kids on, and we are more excited to look forward to who's going to be the winner today and give them the best of awards.
One thing we noticed is that there is droughts going through. So we thought of making the automatic irrigation system so that even when the climate change fails us, we can use this system to water our plants and then even plants at periods when we don't plant.
This is to solve, or we build it to solve our problem we are facing in Cameroon. This is the robot arm, and this is the color soda.
Really? Okay. All right.
I'd like to welcome you all today to the main event of the annual Impact Roundtable discussion.
These are amazing students, so just getting to watch the students, getting to hear them a little, I'm just really looking forward to, as the day warms up, seeing what they want to show us.
So this is an opportunity for us to see for ourselves, what they feel about their interactions in the lab and all of that.
And there's a tremendous amount of excitement. You can feel it already with the people who are arriving and with the guests who are arriving. And this is, I think, a first step in really studying the impact and then communicating that impact through some of the events that are going to be happening here today.
Airtad, the annual Impact Roundtable, was crafted as a platform to showcase the good work of the Nyamansa model. And today we're looking at the competition that the kids and the schools will participate in. That competition is what is going to spur the kids on, and we are more excited to, look forward to who's going to be the winner today and to give them the best of awards.
See. So that even when the climate change fails us, we can use this system to water our plants and then even plants at periods when we don't plant.
This is to solve, or we build it to solve our problem we are facing in Gambia. This is the robot arm, and this is the color soda.
Really? Okay. All right.
I'd like to welcome you all today to the main event of the annual Impact Roundtable discussion.
These are amazing students, so just getting to watch the students, getting to hear them a little, I'm just really looking forward to, as the day warms up, seeing what they want to show us.
So this is an opportunity for us to see for ourselves, what they feel about their interactions in the lab and all of that.
And there's a tremendous amount of excitement. You can feel it already with the people who are arriving and with the guests who are arriving. And this is, I think, the first step in really studying the...
You see, the Yahuno has a month when I would do Nubia, come for Nina, if it's a fit. Now, idea Sumbo.
I have a background in development, and I've lived in countries that were not like the U.S., and I wanted to do more. And through my Uncle Dan, I was introduced to Jafet, and through my computer network, I was introduced to Kafui. Together, we knew we had to do something sustainable. Each of us had been involved in development in various ways, and each of us may have come to the conclusion that it wasn't sustainable. And when we were thoughtful about what we were doing, which was starting with the community request for ITC centers, but really trying to make the building, the funding, and the maintenance sustainable, we realized we had something new, and that's the Amarantsa model. And it evolves. And we try new things and we keep making it better. And it's just, whatever our official relationships are, we're having a lot of fun.
When we heard that this facility is coming here and it's coming to support us in the field of ICT, we're happy because we already know that the existing ICT labs in our schools, they lack machines. Most of them don't have adequate computers. So if this lab is coming here to help a whole circuit, then it means it's coming to relieve us. Because government cannot do it alone. So the assembly cannot supply all the educational needs. That's why we're very happy to welcome this project to the municipality.
Yes, we were expected to assign center managers to those facilities and also give out teachers who will be trained for the computer literacy. So we did that, and all other organizations, including getting the building, supporting the assembly in doing their renovation.
May I have your attention, please? So, number 1, number 2, number 3, 3.1. It's now time for you to eat. 1, 2, 3, and 3.1. Teachers and students. If you know you are in 1, group 2, group 3, and then 3.1. Teachers and students. It's show time.
Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some
screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. I've been thinking about you. I'm waiting for it all to come true. I'm longing to hear you say, you know that I miss us. I wanna be the one that you trust, 'cause you have stole my heart away. There can be no other. Baby, I don't even bother. Whatever they have to say. My heart's already chose you. It's so scary thinking I can lose you, that you will turn and walk away. Maybe I win, maybe I lose, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. So what can I do? What can I do? Every day is getting harder. I'm begging you to choose me, so come and take my breath away. Come and take my breath away. Every day is getting harder. I'm begging you to choose me. I never thought I'd feel this way. I never thought I'd feel this way. Falling, yes, I'm falling. Those blue memories start calling, but you can take it all away. 'Cause I am yours forever. No one can love you better. Tell me, is it you and me now? Maybe I win, maybe I lose, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. So what can I do? What can I do? Every day is getting harder. Every day choose me, so come and take my breath away. Come and take my breath away. Come and take my breath away. It's getting harder. I'm begging you to choose me. I never thought I'd feel this way. Feel this way. Never thought I'd feel this way. Feel this way. Every day is getting harder. I'm begging you to choose me, so come and take my breath away. Take my breath away. Come and take my breath away. Take my breath away. Every day is getting harder. I'm begging you to choose me. I never thought I'd feel this way. Never thought I'd feel this way. Feel this way. I can hear them thinking out loud, loud. Simple people acting so proud, proud. I hear them talking, talking, talking about us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can hear them thinking out loud. One might think it's obvious. Please don't spill your mind when you don't have a clue. Hey, they don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us. No, they wouldn't know about us.
All right, may I have your attention, please? Labs 4, 5, 6, and 7. Please, it's time for lunch. Students and center managers of the labs, Yamarasa Labs 4, 5, 6, 7. You can now approach the dinner table. Or is it the lunch table? Yeah. Labs 4, 5, 6, 7. Students and center managers. Thank you.
Till be missing you, love. Yeah, I'll be missing you, love. And the good times that we had, I'll be missing you, love. I'll be missing you and your love, your love, your love. When I think of you and the two of us together, it felt so good for so long. It was you and me forever. Now you walk away, maybe for the better. So tell me something true. Will you miss my love? Will you miss my love? All the good times that we had. Will you miss my love? Will you miss me and my love, my love, my love? When I see you again, I wanna show you how I love you. You were my one true friend, and I cherish every moment I got to spend with you. I have so much inside of me. I wanna tell you something true. I've been missing you, love. Yeah, I've been missing you, love. All the good times that we had, I've been missing you, love. I've been missing you and your love, your love, your love. I don't wanna waste your time. I don't wanna change your mind. Are you better off alone? Girl, you stole my heart, and I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Oh. I'm still missing you, love. Yeah, I'm still missing you, love. All the good times that we had, I'm still missing you, love. I'm still missing you and your love, your love, your love. Oh baby, I'm still missing you. Still missing you, missing you.
If you're thinking about leaving, let me know. If you're thinking that you don't wanna hurt me, coward, I'm getting bored. 'Cause I can find another, so don't hold me back. You're not allowed to spend my time, 'cause that is what you came here for. Oh.
May I have your attention, please? Labs 8, Lab 9, Lab 10, and Gambia. It's time for lunch. 8, 9, 10, Gambia. Students and center managers, please. Thank you.
Give me some space, I don't care what you do. Cause I'm going out tonight.
in myself. That thing of loving was for everybody else. Lost and lonely, have been hurt too many times. Gave up on hoping, thought I'd never get it right. It's all because of you. It's all because I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need but you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody does the things you do. It's true. How we get lost in each other. Everything blurs when I'm with you. Us two. I wanna stay forever, safe in your arms. I know that, babe, you do me right. Boy, you bring me something that I never knew. A kind of happy I don't ever wanna lose. And when I hear you coming knocking on my door, all I think is, baby, I need more. I need more. It's all because of you. It's all because I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need but you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody does the things you do. It's true. How we get lost in each other. Everything blurs when I'm with you. Us two. I wanna stay forever, safe in your arms. I know that, babe, you do me right. There is no one better. I take on the world with you. With you. I've had many lovers, but no one comes close to you. To you. We are like no other. We paint different colors too. We do. There is no one better. I take on the world 'cause babe, you do me right. Let me tell you. I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need but you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody does the things you do. It's true. How we get lost in each other. Everything blurs when I'm with you. Us two. I wanna stay forever, safe in your arms. I know that, babe, you do me right.
I've been missing the way you touch me, baby. Kisses on my neck and the love you gave me. When I think about it, I go a little bit crazy. It's gotta be more than this for you and I to coexist. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend, I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. I've been scrolling through the text messages you sent me, trying to fill the holes where you left me empty. And when I think about it, get a little emotional, knowing that we might never ever be close to loving. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Sober up, think it's time for me to sober up. Cause I don't know what I should do with all these feelings. Don't wanna be needy, too in love. Maybe I am just too in love. Baby, all I know is I can make you stay, but don't just walk away. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer.
Oh, we're living in the present, but our mind is in the past. Not knowing what we'll lose, don't know what will last. Yeah, the things you always dare to dream of are not always what they seem. Close to total peace as the pain begins to ease. Not often we can see the beauty in the pain. Not often we can see the value that we gain. Now listen, little one, the wounds will heal in time. I know it wastes a time, but baby, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, 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 fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, 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 fine. You'll be fine. Start living for the moment. Letting go of the past. Yeah. Start cherishing what you hold dear, and we will make it last. Not often we can see the beauty in the pain. Not often we can see the value that we gain. Now listen, little one, the wounds will heal in time. I know it wastes time, but baby, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, 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 fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, 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 fine. You'll be fine, fine. Yeah. wishing for a better thing. Wanna replace me? I'm in a place that I've never been. It's worse than lonely. Cause someone tell me they see good in me. There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Sometimes I wanna risk it all. Since you left me, struggle, baby, I see pain. Cause I got nothing. Can someone tell me they see good in me? There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Ooh, isn't it strange we turn to strangers? You've erased all your pictures on your phone.
All right, may I have your attention, please? 11 and 12, it's your turn. Center managers, students. Lab 11, lab 12.
Don't love you anymore. Tell me there's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts. Tell me there's good in me. Cause I got doubts. Lose it all, I just wanna sin. Stay lost in daydreams. And I never wanna have to fear. Since you left me, can someone tell me they see good in me? There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Thinking that nobody can keep me safe. Who's gonna want me? I drink and smoke just to numb the pain of being lonely. Can someone tell me they see good in me? There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Ooh, isn't it strange we turn to strangers? You've erased all your pictures on your phone. Ooh, your final words on a piece of paper. I don't love you anymore. Tell me there's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me there's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me there's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me there's good in me, yeah. Cause I got doubts, Say it again, say it again. You're saying you're sorry, so say it again. Only you can make my world go black. Say you love me, then you take it back. Say it again, say it again. You want my forgiveness, so say it again. You're my thunder of my darkest night. You just can't go back and make it right. Cause it's too late. Your time is up. Damage done and now it's stuck. Cause it's too late. You roll the dice and now you have to pay the price. Yeah. I'm in a better place now. I'm not gonna worry, no. I'm not even sorry. Gonna be the lonely one. to be close to you, but I don't know how and what to do. I'm so shy when it comes to you, but I guess you're curious, huh? So let me show you what I can do, 'cause I don't mind taking my time to stay in this bed now, never get out, 'cause I would love wasting time with you, baby, 'cause I know it will be heaven making love with you. I would love wasting time with you, baby, 'cause I know it will be heaven making love with you. Love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. Oh, love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. See it in your eyes. You want this even more, like we are soulmates, something we never felt before. Yeah, I don't mind taking my time. Let's stay in this bed now, never get out, 'cause I would love wasting time with you, baby, 'cause I know it will be heaven making love with you. I would love wasting time with you, baby, 'cause I know it will be heaven making love with you. Love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. Oh, love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. Night, 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 night. Love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. Oh, love is in the air tonight. I am yours, so hold me tight. Love is in the air tonight. Ooh, yeah. I am stuck in the middle. Yeah, I'm stuck in between. I'm stuck in a position. I'm just a machine. So you're stuck in the middle, huh? I guess we're stuck in between. Life is a riddle, yeah. And I don't know what it means, no. This is what it feels like. But you're not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. Let's share out and hitchhike. There is nothing we can't do. Ooh, baby,
you've been trying to hold on to, but you can lay it all down with me, 'cause in the end I'm just trying to show you you don't need more pain and misery. And baby, 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 you gotta hold on to what we got and give me, give me, give me all of your love, all of your love. Yeah, baby, 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 you gotta hold on to what we got and give me, give me, give me all of your love, all of your love. 'Cause me and you, we got a good thing going. Don't cast it off. Just let this love keep showing. Yeah. You say you're tired and you're growing weary. I'm here to give you everything you need. Your heartaches and pain will all heal with time, girl. Your love is mine if we plant the seed. And baby, 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 you gotta hold on to what we got and give me, give me, give me all of your love, all of your love. Yeah, baby, 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 you gotta hold on to what we got and give me, give me, give me all of your love, all of your love.
Welcome back. We start in a couple of minutes. The third round table to be moderated by Professor Elsie Kaufman, Dean of the University of Ghana School of Engineering Sciences, promoting STEAM education through innovation. And our speakers are Choyin Diana, Project Manager, Ghana Science and Tech Explorer Prize, GSTEP, West Africa. Mr. Anthony Graves, Managing Director, Partnerships and Innovation, University of Colorado, Denver. See you, Denver. Dr. Matthew McCarville, Assistant Vice Chancellor for IT Services and Operations and Chief Information Officer. See you, Denver. Mr. Bafo Osei, Robotics Lab Manager, Princeton University.
Let me know when you come so I know who he is. It's more than just a feeling. It's more than just a feeling. Now I know that it's the real thing, the real thing. Take your time. I'm on a high. My body yearns for you to touch me. No, there's magic in your fingertips. It's magic when we kiss. I can be myself with you. Kiss me now, I insist. Make me yours, just take me now. I'm helpless to resist. Got me so invested in this thing. It's more than just a fling. It's more than just a fling. It's more
place that we used to go all the time. I need to do this alone, so just stop calling me up. Just realize that we're done, don't come back. And I need to do this alone, so just stop calling me up. Just realize that we're done, I won't come back. I have dreams about us, I just want it to stop. Because I miss you so much, I miss the way we touch, and I need to make it stop. But I still think about it all the time. I won't stop until it's over. But I still think about it all the time. It's never over till it's over. There is no us no more. No, I'm grasping at straws, trying to save myself. Don't wanna be here alone. No, no. A place we used to go all the time. I need to do this alone, so just stop calling me up. Just realize that we're done, don't come back. And I need to do this alone, so just stop calling me up. Just realize that we're done, I won't come back. I have dreams about us, I just want it to stop. Because I miss you so much, I miss the way we touch, and I need to make it stop. But I still think about it all the time. I won't stop until it's over. But I still think about it all the time. It's never over till it's over. But I still think about it all the time. It won't stop until it's over. But I still think about it all the time. It's never over till it's over, baby. Yeah. It was so easy when we met. Future ahead of us, making memories. Our only hope is to forget and keep that passage closed for centuries. 'Cause I can take it anymore.
All right. So, welcome back. And we're going straight into our afternoon session. We have one more roundtable. But ahead of that, we'll have remarks by our special guest. So, we just want to say once again, you are, for those of you who are just probably coming in, you're welcome to Airtad 2023. Our hashtag is Airtad23. Hashtag also STEAM Education. We're live on YouTube on the, I believe it's the Implementers YouTube channel. And your Marissa model, I beg your pardon. Yeah. It's right there. And you can go see yourself there, right there on YouTube. And then share the link, most importantly, share the link to your friends, your colleagues, that Airtad 2023 is on. We're going to be having a very exciting panel in a short while, but before that, we'll be having remarks from our very special guest. And I can't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow is where we have the robotics competition. Are you ready for the robotics competition? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? Yeah, that's the jollof and the rice talking. Are you ready? Oh, I don't think you've had too much jollof or chicken. Are you ready for tomorrow? That's what we're talking about. Clap for yourselves.
You can't keep holding on to your past. Yeah. Get out, get under, and just relax. And that's what my friends are telling me. I wish it was easy, but it's not easy. I need to get it off my mind. Before it devours all my energy. So hard to leave it all behind. I wrap my bed down in a melody, melody.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. You're special people, so you require a special guest. And we've got one for you. He is the director of the Economic Growth Unit, USAID Ghana. Let's put our hands together for our special guest, Mr. Paul Cleaver.
All right, thank you, Kafui. Welcome. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Let us start by acknowledging some of the lovely people I just had lunch with. You've got a really great group of leaders here. Dr. Deborah Rose is here. She's the president of the Helping Africa Foundation. We also have Mr. Japhet Ariku. Good to see you, Japhet. He's the executive director of the Helping Africa Foundation. Mr. Jonathan Weisner. Pleasure getting to chat with you over lunch. He's the deputy executive director of the Helping Africa Foundation. I got to meet as well Dr. Humphrey Ayim Daka, president of the Association of Ghana Industries. We also have Mr. Kafui Prebi, project director of the Implementers. They're both there. It was great to see you. Thanks for lunch. All right. And then we also have a number of people here, representatives from the University of Colorado, Denver. We also have friends and representatives of the Yamoransa model. Thank you. All protocols observed. I'm sure I'm missing others. And of course, to the students here, most importantly. It's really good to see you. I have a 10-year-old daughter who was kind of interested in coming. I almost got her to come over here. She likes to program a couple of robots. She's got around the house. She has written programs for classmates to learn math. She would have loved this. All right, well, a few things I want to say to start with. First of all, the U.S. Ambassador, Virginia Palmer, really wanted to be here today. She's good friends with the organizers of today's event. Unfortunately, her schedule didn't allow, but she asked me to come on her behalf. We're here today because we all believe in the potential of the Ghanaian youth to innovate and to succeed. The U.S. government supports this potential in many ways, and I'm going to go ahead and list out a few of the things that we're doing. USAID, which is the development arm of the U.S. government, works with the government of Ghana to provide quality basic education for all. We are working on putting that foundation in place that is essential for building out the tech skills that you are demonstrating today. The U.S. Embassy has programming to provide hands-on learning of STEAM topics through both workshops and programs. The U.S. Embassy also supports a number of STEAM-based organizations to teach young people innovation skills. The U.S. Embassy also engages with investors in this area. We know that investors' priorities demonstrate that STEAM fields will continue to offer career opportunities for coming generations. Just last week, the U.S. Embassy hosted several U.S. companies, including Amazon and Google, folks from ARM who build some of the chips that I imagine you're using back there. We're here in Ghana. And these organizations came to Ghana to meet with innovators in both the climate and technology fields. The delegation heard about exciting opportunities. As today's discussion shows, many Ghanaians are pushing forward on these fronts. Let me say a few words about kind of the big picture, and this is a lot of the discussion at lunch today. STEAM as an industry thrives where the conditions are right. To create more STEAM jobs, it's important to promote education, which is what our event is focused on today, as well as things like intellectual property rights, internet access, and more. USAID at the moment is conducting a study to examine where the conditions are already in place and what else could be done next in Ghana. The results, which will be used to inform USAID's current and future activities, will be available later this year. I look forward to discussing those when they're available with many of you. I want to encourage all involved in the robotics competition this year to become familiar with Education USA. So this is a big E, Education USA, one word. It's a program. Education USA is the US government's advising services for students who seek to study in the United States. As today's event highlights, with the participation of speakers from the University of Colorado, Denver, as well as Princeton University, we have many of the best STEAM schools in the world in the US. I encourage all of you to attend an Education USA information session to find out more about opportunities to study in the United States. You can find information about Education USA on the embassy's website or by following us on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. The hashtag is @USEmbassyGhana. It's been very informative for me to hear about today's discussion. I've been even more excited to see what all of these young people will do in the future and how they will apply what they have learned to change the world for the better. Finally, as someone myself who participated in technology competitions in my youth, and I now work with my daughter to help her learn the latest technologies, I can attest that robotics competitions challenge young students to analyze problems and figure out creative solutions. These are, of course, fundamental skills in modern careers, but they are not exclusive to a technology-focused career. I am now a diplomat and an economist, and the kinds of skills that you're developing will serve you well in any field. So dig in, enjoy it, and recognize that what you learn now will be valuable regardless of where you end up. So a yeku to everyone who is competing this year. I wish you fruitful discussions and good luck to the competitors tomorrow. Thank you.
A yeku to you too, Mr. Cleaver, for your speech. I mean, this is the kind of speech you like, you know.
Recording in progress.
Nobody ever complains because his speech was too short, and that was just great. That was powerful. Thank you so much, Mr. Cleaver, our special guest. And now to our last roundtable, which will be moderated by the Dean of the University of Ghana School of Engineering Sciences. Let's welcome Professor Elsie Ifa Kaufman up on the stage. Yep. And the topic of the roundtable will be promoting STEAM education through innovation. We have on the panel Toyin Diana, Project Manager, Ghana Science and Tech Explorer Prize, G-STEP, West Africa. Mr. Anthony Graves, Managing Director, Partnerships and Innovation at the University of Colorado, Denver. So see you, Denver. Dr. Matthew McCarville, Assistant Vice Chancellor for IT Services and Operations and Chief Information Officer. See you, Denver. And Mr. Bafo Osei, Robotics Lab Manager, Princeton University. So these are, he's joining by tech. Yes, all right, awesome. So I'm gonna give you, everybody has a microphone? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes, and we're good to go. Just make sure they work. Do they work? Just say hi into it, hi, hi. Put it on, let's see, it works. Check this one out. Yes, works, works.
Test, test, test.
Yes, works.
I hope so.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I trust we are all doing well. Great. Thank you so much for this invitation to be here. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. So this is roundtable number 3, and our title is Promoting STEAM Education Through Innovation. That is our title. Or, I have 2 different versions of it. Promoting innovation through STEAM education. I think I like the second one better. Yes. Well, let me give a little bit of a preamble. Yes. So I remember 2019 very well. That is when we were hit by COVID, right? And, you know, I had been to a conference where we talked about solving local problems through science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we're all very excited about this. This was a national conference for biomedical engineers. So we're talking about health technologies mainly. Then a few weeks later, we heard about COVID. And we even had a lockdown. And then everything started going strangely for us, especially those of us who had talked about solving local problems. You can imagine the embarrassment when we started hearing the news that we needed ventilators and there were single-digit numbers in all of Ghana. We were looking for PPEs. We couldn't find any. Even masks were difficult to find in those days. And so we were really challenged, really did our education, all of that education, some of us all the way up to PhD, did it help us at all? These were the questions that we were faced with. Even if you had money, you could not find some of these things to buy. That was when we were faced with the reality that if something really happened, closed our borders and all of that, it was our innovation and our own resourcefulness that was going to be necessary to solve our problems. I hope you all remember this. Mm-hmm. So that is my preamble. Now, no, don't start that. These are not contestants. Yes, so we have heard over and over again. In fact, since I came and sat down and listened, since I went round and saw all of those beautiful projects by our students, that it takes STEAM education in order to provide a foundation for innovation. Do we really have any evidence of this? Is it really, you know, I'm an academic, so I like to ask these kinds of questions. Do we have any evidence to show that STEAM education really makes us innovative?
Well, I'll jump in. First of all, did you just love the preamble? I just loved the preamble just then. So a couple of things, you know, I believe that the proof is in the pudding, that, you know, innovation is critically important to critical thinking skills. So while you're learning STEAM education, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, it makes you ask tough questions, right? It makes you think differently about challenges that are presented in society. And I think that you really need that level of thinking to become innovative. So yes, I do think that STEAM education supports critical thinking skills that breeds innovation and ingenuity.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So coming from Meltwater Entrepreneurship School of Technology and also working with G-Step competitions, which is a Ghana Science. Is that better? Okay. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so you turn yours on. So thank you, as I was saying, and also working with G-Step, the Ghana Science and Tech Prize, Explorer Prize, sorry. It really is about seeing, you've heard it all today, seeing your young faces when you solve a problem, when you start prototyping, and then you take what you've learned and you apply it to other areas of your life. Your parents come back and tell us what they've seen in the difference with our young people when they've been on a prize like ours or when they've come through our program at Meltwater. There's something different that happens to you. You may have done science through school, you may have done science at university, but when you take part in competitions, you start to do the practical side of things, you start to eliminate the problems and you start to find the solutions. But problem solving comes with talking to your colleagues. What do you think? How do you think? Collaborating. And when you collaborate and you argue, because your way might not be the right way, but your way is not the wrong way, but a little bit of give and take think is what takes to solve that problem. We've seen it through those different elements, but the practical side, the template, that is the practical side of science is what's really moving Ghana at the moment. And that's my contribution.
And amazing responses from these two, but as both the Chief Information Officer for University of Colorado, Denver, as well as a MBA Professor of Economics and Data Analytics, I get to wear two hats, seeing the future of our generations on how they embrace technology. One of those is seeing over the last 15 years of teaching different subjects in STEAM, how STEM and the arts have advanced into being applicable to all areas of everyone's career, whether you're in journalism, whether you're going to be a K through 12 teacher, whether you're working in a gym. There's no area that technology does not touch anymore. Even art museums are full of technology and artificial intelligence. Auction houses are rampant with new technology models for identifying fakes, for all sorts of technology applications. There is no field where the skills these students are learning today in robotics and engineering and coding and critical thinking will not be applied when they become productive individuals working in the workforce in Ghana or in the world. There's over 300,000 Ghanaians in the United States right now, centered in mostly New York and DC. If we can really build a prosperous relationship with the United States and get them into more universities, get your culture that is, in the last week we've been here, so amazing to feel and embrace. And we've been hosted by the amazing Helping Africa Foundation and Dr. Deborah Roth, Jonathan and Mary, and Kwafui, who has been amazing this entire trip with his technology and tech aid and the Asanka device. And we're learning a lot about why Kwafui came up with this, the needs of this country, how technology is advancing it. And there's a lot of lessons learned for the United States in there. There's a lot of things that we could learn from you and apply in the United States. And I think that's going to be a generational difference. The spirit, the entrepreneurship, everything I see in these young students here today, their ability to think outside the box, we need more of that in the world, in the United States. And I do think that's innovation. I think that's advancing our culture, our people, human beings, towards a future that embraces technology as a part of everything.
That's amazing. Mr. Osei, are you on there?
Yes, I am.
We have one of our panelists online. Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
How are you doing today? Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, we heard that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so as far as how STEAM continues to promote, STEAM education is really important for promoting a critical thinking mindset, because STEAM education is one of the few forms of education that allows for discovery in the classroom, right? Because with a lot of classes that you deal with when you're in your algebra class or when you're in your biology class, there's an end goal in sight, right, for the information that they expect you to acquire by the end of the term or the end of the semester. But when you're dealing with something like a STEAM education, there's a lot of discovery in the process. So there are certain skills that they want you to acquire, but as far as what you're going to end up doing with those skills, it's not necessarily clear by the time the class begins, right? Until you give your students time to engage in their projects and for them to work on different things. Like a student might want to work on building a robot arm, or a student might want to work on building their own engineering curriculum to help younger kids understand engineering better, or something else, right? So the important thing that a STEAM education does is that once it helps you acquire certain skills, whether it's with coding or whether it's with robotics or CAD or building or something like that, they give you the opportunity to apply those skills in new projects with your own ideas and to integrate your own interests. And that way the students get to see what works, what doesn't work, why it's working, what they can do to improve it, and so on and so forth. And that very realistically applies to real life and solving problems throughout our communities, because then when you try something, you're not discouraged when it doesn't work, but you understand that's part of the process, and that just means you have to go back to the drawing board and iterate and keep going forward.
right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your wonderful answers to that question. So we are all convinced now that we do need the STEAM education to promote innovation. All right. In the past, what used to happen was a student would go to class, and I'm talking about our context here in Ghana. They may go to school for several years, and then at the end of a certain period, they will sit for an exam. And based on that exam, they are promoted to the next level, or they get a certificate which then gets them a job. And this is what we've been running for many years. And based on the nature of the kinds of questions that we have on those exams, that is how the students and their teachers operate to make sure. And this is what was promoting a lot of the rote learning. Do we have easy ways of assessing creativity, innovation, the new methods that we are now getting into, you know, practical STEAM? Do we have convenient ways of assessment, and in that way get our students to better appreciate what is expected of them instead of just doing these things to pass the exams?
So one of the things that terrible panelists do is sometimes they answer their own questions. And I'd like to actually respond to something that was top of mind for me when you were talking about the old way of doing education in Ghana, right? One of the things that I think is brilliant about STEAM education and how it powers innovation is it also fuels entrepreneurship. And I think one of the high bars of success for all of the Ghanaian youth who are studying STEAM skills and they're learning how to be makers and they're creating intellectual property is really taking the step to start new companies and understand that just as powerful as STEAM education is ownership. And once you own the intellectual property, right, of these brilliant inventions, these new processes that you control, you can monetize those inventions. And if you can monetize those inventions, you can accumulate capital that can be transformative to Ghana and the world. The other thing that I would say is, you know, it's still very important to prepare yourself to be the workforce of the future, right? Number one, I push entrepreneurship because I want you all to be owners and understand the transformational power of capital, but I also want you to understand your value in the marketplace. Today, I want you to think about all of the people that live in Accra. So right now, there are about 2.7 million people in this bustling metropolis of Accra. And if all 2.6 or 2.7 million people who live in Accra today took tech jobs in the United States, there would still be 1 million unstaffed tech jobs in the United States of America. So right now we have about a $3.5 million projected series of tech jobs that will be filled through 2025 that we do not currently have the skilled labor force to fill, and that's just the United States. When you roll in the continent of Africa and the European Union, you are 10xing, maybe 100xing, right, the shortage of skilled labor that is required to power the global economy. And at the University of Colorado, Denver, or CU Denver, where we have an excellent College of Engineering, Design, and Computing, we are really focused on creating the tech talent of the future because the high mobility, high paying jobs of the future are in tech. Software development alone is going to be growing by 22% until about 2029. And so once again, we just will not have enough skilled labor to take those jobs. So know your power and know the power of ownership.
Thank you. That does deserve a round of applause. From my position, we believe in collaboration and partnerships. We cannot do this alone. You are part of the solution as our young labor force. Your parents enabling you to engage in the types of areas that you need to engage in. So for me, it's really about the partners that we have. We have a company called Dex Technologies who takes the science, the science set, and he takes it into schools. But what they've done is embedded the practical elements of that tool into the curriculum. So it's not just practical for practical's sake. It's practical so you can learn alongside what you're doing at school, but the practical elements of it is what gives you the problem solving, because you can touch it and feel it. And as young people, you are teaching us, you are teaching the next generation. The people that I'm working with are ambassadors going down and going up in ages. I've got 16-year-olds at university teaching us about the tech that they know about. You are a very, very, very useful resource. We need you. So we need you to be in these STEM studies. We need your parents to understand, we need you to understand, but we also need to collaborate with the private sector, as we've spoken about. The education sector are doing their best. We need to just make sure that we've got enough talent coming through and we've got enough of the right subjects being taught to you so that you can be the people that are being looked at for those jobs in Ghana and beyond. Because Ghana needs you, but beyond, I've got a 16-year-old nephew who sits in his room in Nigeria and he's working with 3 or 4 companies in his spare time. I was amazed, but the things that he knows, I don't know. So you are the ones teaching us. So be aware of the gift that you've got, but also be aware to partner with that person who's not coming up, who's not as good at science as you are. Help them. Let them help you. They may see the problem that you don't see, but all of your points of view are valid. And you must learn to fail, because it's the best way to learn. And we say failing, oh, you've gone wrong, you're going to go back a year, or you're not going to be successful at this or that. But your failures and getting back up and learning from those failures are what are really going to set you up for the future, because it's not easy out there.
Yeah, that deserved a round of applause. So I'm thinking, how do I differentiate? How do I make a contribution to these 2 answers, because they were so good? I'm going to put my professor hat on. And I'm also going to pull a quote from lunch today. Sorry, Paul. Paul Pleva, who just spoke earlier today, is representing the U.S. ambassador, said something, not knowing it was going to get quoted at all, but I did ask for his permission. Innovation is not an objective. It's a means. And no ending to that, because it's a means to pursuit of goals, pursuit of happiness, objectives. So this is where my professor hat's going to come. I'm going to wake all you guys up. It's after lunch. I see a lot of stairs in the walls. All right, everybody with a T-shirt on. How about that? All the Airtad T-shirts, who people online can't see. Sorry. Raise your hand if you want a job that applies the skills you're learning right now in the Yamaranza model. Come on. I want to see a lot of hands. Dr. Deborah Rose, you see this? This is how many students want a career in the field that they're learning right now. And I will tell you what, like Anthony said, there are so many jobs in that field. My undergrad was entrepreneurship. He is 100% right. Own your idea, own your content, patent it, make it your own. I own 3 businesses outside of my role as CIO and a professor. And in that, I hire old students to do contracts, to do data analytics, to do robotic process automation, to do artificial intelligence, data dashboarding. It's a way for me to be able to help those students who get out there and want to apply those skills, but are waiting for a job, are waiting to graduate, they are paying for a wedding. There's so many different reasons and ways that you can apply the skills you're learning today. And I believe the original question was, how do you measure that? How do you look at the impact of that? And it is a gray zone. It is a blurry question. But I would say if more than half of you that raised your hand end up near your goal, shoot for the moon, you end up in the stars and you got halfway there. And if you end up with a career that applies what you're learning today that makes you happy, then I'd say that's success. I'd say that's a way to measure the impact of what you're learning now.
Amazing. Let's all say, any contributions to this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So before I started working at Princeton, managing the robotics lab over here, I was a teacher in a private school in Atlanta for 4 years, where I built the engineering program for both the middle school and high school, so from grade 6 to grade 12. And what I did there was that I basically made it a hands-on education, a project-based education, because I knew that I wanted them to be able to make something with what they were learning. And I would constantly preach to them that I'm trying to teach them in a way that they don't have to wait till they graduate to do something with it, right? And a lot of my students took that challenge to heart. And so some of them, like, I had one of my students, he was, I think, 14 or 15, and after learning 3D printing, he got his own 3D printer. He got one of the Ender models and was 3D printing products for a certain company, advertising products for them, right? And he was making money from that. I had another student, she was 16, she made her own curriculum, she partnered with somebody else, and then she took on a mission trip to Juarez, Mexico to teach elementary school students there about different scientific concepts. And even though they had the language barrier, it was still able to work because she wanted her platform to be demonstration-based instead of lecture-based, right? And so she was still able to share those ideas with those young kids. And I had another student make an app for his mathematics teacher to make quizzing easier for the students that were hybrid, that would both be at home and in the classroom during COVID. That way they had a more automated process for that since they couldn't take the quiz in class. And so as we're talking about assessments and things, I think that that's a powerful show of what you can do with this type of education when after you give kids the skills and you give them the space to innovate with those skills, to make new things, to address problems. And I had to think about assessments for a long time about what do I want my students to get out of these classes that they're doing with me. And that's what I wanted them to get something where they didn't feel like they had to graduate in order to start. And so I made sure that I geared my class towards that direction. And I think that having that thought process, starting with the assessment, right? What do I want people to leave with? If you start with what you want people to leave with, then you can build from there, as opposed to just having a generic, I want them to be able to code, I want them to be able to do 3D printing. It's like, what's the purpose, right? So as they are learning these things, they also have to learn how it can be applied. And then you also have to challenge them, right? You have to ask them, what do you want to do with this, right? Because if you just teach them this just so they think they're studying for a test or something like that, then they're studying for the test, right? Which is the end goal. And that shrinks significantly what they can do with it. And so that's my experience with assessments and trying to push my students beyond what they think a classroom should be.
All right. Thank you all very much. What I got out of the answers was this, that even while young people are in school, there are ways of checking. You mentioned the tool, the DEX science set can be used even in the regular assessment, and then beyond. It's no longer about what you know, but what you can do with what you know. That is what I got from everyone. And from the last submission from Mr. Osei, what I'm also hearing is the importance of teachers. So let's get to the teachers. Our teachers, they are some kind of hero because they are the ones that actually direct most of the learning, especially from the basic school before the students are able to learn how to learn on their own. They are directed by our teachers. In Ghana here, many teachers actually want to do the right thing, but it takes extra effort to be able to do it, especially just consider the teacher in a basic school with 100 learners. How do you get such a teacher to still want to make time and the extra effort to be able to bring out the creativity, the innovation in the students? What can such a teacher do?
Okay, I get a chance to put my friend on the spot from Ghana's Industry Association. Thank you so much for coming today. You know, I think it's critically important, just as we invest in our students and we think through how we elevate our students to embrace STEAM skills, we need our society and our private sector partners to invest in the potential of our teachers. And so I think industry should come together and think through special summer programs and fellowships that sponsor teachers to get micro-credentials, like certificate programs that can sometimes be stackable to increase the sophistication of their STEAM learning so that they can stay excited, stay engaged, feel incented, right? Oftentimes you hit roadblocks when you try to think about teacher compensation for the full calendar year, but I think that if private industry came together in a unique public-private partnership, right, to finance the cost of continuing education for teachers in STEAM disciplines, so that by the time they come back from short breaks, they're fired up, they're ready to go, and they bring brand new skills into the classroom that enhance the performance of these amazing young people that are our future. You are the future, right? But part of your future is enabling the future givers, the teachers, right? Teachers occupy a place of high honor because of their sacrifice and commitment to the community. And we need to honor their commitment by investing in them in STEAM education.
So our teachers, we call them teaching fellows at MEST. And what we do, we go back into our alumni. We've trained you. You've been through the program. What can you give back? And we're going to give you a decent salary to do that for us. So we'll have experienced lecturers and our teaching fellows who are growing and developing with their own ideas about how they would have liked to have been taught and how they were taught, what they liked, what they didn't like. And then we have the mentors to support what the students are learning and to go where they're having issues. We don't always get on with our lecturers or our teachers, but they're people too, and sometimes they have an off day, sometimes they don't quite get that particular person they're working with, but our mentors really help with that. So you've got someone who's like a study buddy alongside you, and then you've got the teacher who can also have a kind of study buddy, because they need love and support as well. So that's what we do at MEST. On my GSTEP program, we do the same. The lecturers are given an opportunity to look after a team of between 4 and 6 people. Their job is to motivate them through our particular prize. But they can't be left out. They also need to get something. So we make sure we've got a prize for them. We make sure we offer any kind of expense that they're going to incur by being with the students, traveling to the students, etc., to help them with this particular project. But what's most important is the teacher has to also get something out of the process. Because if they're not learning, how are they putting that back into the system? We talked about desks and their training mathematics set. Once the teacher understands how it's impacting students and the joy on the face, I'm going to send the video to the organizers so that you can share it. We can't all have the labs. We can't all have those labs, but what you can have is the vision that the teacher has for its students, just like we were told by our colleague that's online. So it's about motivating the teachers, it's about motivating the students to be on the same page, and it's not about regurgitating information, it is about applying it. If the teachers apply it, the students will apply it, but it's a journey. So we've made sure in the 2 organizations I'm representing today that we do have the teachers at the heart of any of our programs, and I welcome you all to come and join us as we start our new journey. I would really look forward to welcoming you onto any of our meltwater programs and any of our GSTEP programs.
So you've heard 2 different positions on the same question. And again, being third, I'm trying to think of the original contribution to this that isn't the same. And it makes me think about another conversation from lunch today. FJ Kava, could you stand up for a second? Because I think one thing about teachers is that you have to embrace and you have to really energize students about technology. And one thing FJ is working on with TechAid and Kofui is a teacher certification or training certification program in technology. We need more of those. Micro-credentials was mentioned earlier. In a way for teachers to have continuous learning environment. There's so much going on in technology right now. I get asked all the time about artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, these things that are applying and changing every day. And I gave them a warning before we got up here that I did something this morning. All right, students, who here has played with the Chat GPT? Come on, wake up, pay attention. All right, come on, more than 4 of you, I know that. Okay, if you haven't, go on your phone and look up Chat GPT. You can do it on your phone. I swear, because I did it this morning in this room. And to tie in what Dr. Rose was doing, which is an example of how arts and technology tie together. Tools like ChatGPT are under a lot of hot debate right now for us instructors because the originality of student submissions becomes questionable, and it's very difficult to determine originality. You can ask ChatGPT, did you write this? And it will say, I did write this. But it's a lot of work for instructors. That just adds to their workload. One thing I thought was very interesting is I asked ChatGPT to write me a poem about Ghana this morning, sitting right where FJ was sitting. And this is what it said, out of nowhere, and it came up with it in 1 second. Golden fields of cocoa beans, home to vibrant kente weaves, a land of welcoming smiles, nature's beauty for miles and miles, African rhythms in the air. Ghana, a nation of pride, home of the Ashanti tribe, a place of history and culture, new heights it continues to nurture, a beacon of hope for all. Wow, right? I mean, you could have given me a month and I couldn't have wrote that. I think that goes to show some tools of modern technology that teachers can embrace in a learning and an instruction mode to show them we have to embrace technology. The students they're going to learn how to use this anyway, and we have to allow instructors to be trained in new tools to embrace it, to teach with it, to instruct. Because 10 years from now, this just came out this year. 10 years from now, that's going to be part of regular, just like we use Google. I mean, students, how many of you Googled something in the last week? Come on, you wake up. I'm trying to get you involved here. A lot of you. If you went to high school or college when we did, then you wouldn't have been Googling anything. My first phone was a flip phone, so I don't even know if you guys know what those are. Technology changes so fast, and we all have to make sure we embrace it and educate with it. And I just wanted to use that as an example of how arts and AI and technology and innovation all kind of collide into today's environment in a teaching environment.
Yeah, so as far as my opinion on teachers and how they fit into all of this, I think that as somebody who taught myself, so like when I taught, I was teaching like between like 80 to 100 kids like during the semester, during the year, right? And I would teach like a 5 or 6 class schedule out of a 7 class scheduled day, right? So there was a lot on my plate. There was a lot to do. I was teaching both the middle school, the high school. I was coming up with the curriculum and everything like that. And I think that my feeling about this is we ask a lot of our teachers, right? And I feel like for the lot that we already ask of our teachers, the compensation doesn't always match up with the work, right? And I think that we have to assess the situation, right? We have to, when we were talking about assessments previously, we have to look at how we assess the situation currently. And there are a lot of teachers that are doing a lot of spectacular work and aren't getting rewarded accordingly. And I think that is because we have gone to a place where we feel like, hey, this is a teacher's salary or a teacher's like professional development or whatever budget should fit right here. Right, and we should be able to stretch what the teacher can do, but like we're not stretching what we can do for the teachers, right? And so because of that, you have a lot of the best teachers get burnt out and they fall out of the space, and those are the teachers that we end up needing the most, right? So currently, I'm the head of learning development at Maker's Place, and I'm also on the board of this company in Kenya called TechLit Africa, right? So in Maker's Place, well, we do things from professional development for teachers to we ourselves hire and train our own teachers in-house, our own facilitators in-house, and go to schools, right? And then we sign with them for the semester or for the school year, and we'll teach them robotics, we'll teach them CAD, we'll teach them computer science. We're in about almost like 15, 16, 17 schools and learning centers throughout Accra, right? And then with TechLit Africa, we'll get refurbished computers from whoever is willing to donate them, and then we'll go and build computer labs in rural Kenya, in like the Mogotio area, right? And over there, we have about 15 computer labs, and we'll take our own, like, we'll train people, right, to go there and to go and train students in these technologies, because we don't want to like add more to like what the teachers already have on their plates, right? But if the teachers want to get that professional development, they can come to us, and then we'll train them in that professional development. And I think that we have to, we're used to schools being a certain way. You go to the school hires the teachers, and then the teachers teach the students, and that's it, right? But like with what we're doing, we're able to have like outside partnerships with these schools and stuff, so that if these teachers are interested in gaining these skills, we can help them gain those skills. But if the teachers are focused on their math, they're focused on their science, they're focused on their history, and the school still wants to be able to add this, but the school themselves don't have the knowledge to know what does a good computer science teacher look like, what does a good CAD teacher look like, because the hiring manager doesn't necessarily have that skill set to be able to conduct that interview properly, right? And so we can do that with our people, and then we can train our people in those skill sets and go to these schools and offer these services, so that all our students can continue to gain these skills from a very professional standpoint. And I think that with how we're phrasing this, we have to figure out what exactly must the school be, right? What can a classroom be? And that's what I was saying again, the possibilities, like we have to kind of get out of this box of school has always been this way, therefore it must continue to be this way, right? How many schools have outside partnerships with people that will come in and teach their students, right? Why can't we get more people from the industry to come in and teach the students what it's supposed to look like? You know, we don't have to put all this pressure on the teachers alone, right? The teachers are happy to partner with us when we come in and we help students out. The students are happy, they get the education that they need, and everybody gets to celebrate and move forward with the innovative things that the students build. Yeah, because between those two organizations, we're serving almost 5,000 students in Ghana and in Kenya alone, and we just have to keep growing and keep adding on and keep developing.
Yes, what I got out of that is that our teachers are doing well, but they need to be recognized for what they are doing. We need to provide them with the tools for them to be able to do even better. We need to provide professional development opportunities, and we need to support and encourage them. Yes, this is what we have to do. Let's turn our attention now to the governance systems, universal agencies, and what they can do to support all of this. In your opinion?
Okay.
You see, I'm laughing because I'm thinking that this is the biggest challenge. How can we get our governments and agencies to support all of this?
Okay, so a quick question. I know there are a huge number of football fans in the room, right? And so do me a favor, stand up if you're a Liverpool fan. Any Liverpool fans in the house? One. Okay, two bold people.
He's walking alone.
All right. Stand up if you're a Manchester United person. Stand up if you're a Manchester United. Manchester? PSG. Paris? Nobody? Barcelona? Anybody? Okay. All right. Stand up if you know who your assemblyman is. Stand up if you know who your assemblyman is. All right. Well, one of the things that I think is really important for how government can help us all, I think from the earliest ages, it's really helpful for all of us to understand who the people are that represent us, right? And to offer up recommendations and strategies for what we need. I'm not sure if that was right.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
So the question is about our government. Our government is supposed to give us the enabling environment that we need to open doors to help us. And that's what we do when we partner with our partners to make sure that we sit across all political conversations and that we're included, that we're at the table. But we don't say we know it all. The public-private partnerships work very well. We encourage those. But we really do want our young people to be more involved, not just in politics, in the education that you want to have. So I know student unions, etc., start at the school level, start to get involved, very similar to what my colleague has said. Who are the people that are doing what you need to be done in government? They change often, but it's good to know who they are. Your football teams change often. But what I really like with the partnerships that we have is that we leave ourselves open, we get on with the work, but we leave ourselves open to show that the solutions that government are looking for are what we're already doing. So partner with us and let us all win. Let us all get the solutions that we need for this particular industry. It's not going away. We are growing at a very, very fast rate with regards to tech, and if we don't get on the bandwagon, we'll be left behind. So in our spaces, we get on with the work that needs to be done and are looking and always looking for partners in government, government friends, like Evelyn, people who are working alongside and know what we need. The curriculum is going to change, 1 minute, next minute it's the same, what have you. There's lots of different things that we need to be aware of with the work that we're doing. So again, I go back to collaborations, partnership, enabling environments, and that's what we look for, because that's all we can do, really.
So having worked at the state, the fourth most populous state in the United States as their chief data officer at the state level, I can tell you I've seen that government moves slow, and I think you all would probably agree with that, right? At least slower than industry. I think one thing we've hit on a few times in a few panels and a couple of the speakers is that one of the reasons why the Yamaranza model has been so pervasive through the regions here is because something like that didn't exist. The government wasn't supplying that. And you all as a country, the Helping Africa Foundation, they didn't wait for the government. They pulled the government in as an ally to build the buildings, the assemblymen, the leaders in those communities, to fund the building, to get energized about the change they were bringing about with the technology they injected. A lot of those kind of partnerships are what is probably going to be the small change agents over time that kick the government along, because the government will never be the innovator. They'll never be bleeding edge. They'll never be cutting edge. They'll be behind the last person in the marathon waiting and making sure that not everybody's going to rebel against them because they did something. In Ghana, just in the week we've been here, I've seen how energetic the people are here for change, for modernization, for the government to be their partner in advancing their future generations. And you're doing everything you can in public-private partnerships to advance that within your control, showing the government, look what we can do if we do it the right way. And these groups like Helping Africa Foundation, Tech Aid with Kofui, these are your keys to advancing that. And in the US, it's no different. The US government moves like a snail. The state governments, the county governments, they're the last adopters, not the early adopters. And if you want robotic process automation, robotic engineering, you want artificial intelligence in your K through 12 or your 1 through 9 curriculum, it's going to be those public-private partnerships that lead to that cutting-edge adoption that pushes the next generations towards the types of roles in education they need to succeed in the modern world. So I think that it's all together, but that public-private partnership and examples why you're all here today is just a huge example of what that can be. I mean, let's pretend 5 years from now we're 2 centers in every region, and the Yamaranza model becomes the government's understanding of an acceptable model for pervasive technology in all regions. That would be an amazing thing. But that'd be years after you started this. You didn't wait for them. You showed them what it could be. And then they finally caught up. So I think that's something that you can really see here, is that this community didn't wait. You led. And that's what you're going to have to do, whether in the United States or in Ghana.
So, in my opinion, the simple version of my answer is I don't know because I've tried in the past, and I didn't get too far. So what I ended up doing for the first schools I started working with, I saved up my money, right? And I did a lot of research, figured out how to get computers at a certain price, how to get 3D printers at a certain price, how to get mechatronics kits at a certain price, and so on and so forth, right? And then I searched around till I found some door-to-door shippers, you know, like people who go back and forth between different countries. You know about the door-to-door shippers with your barrel and things like that, right? Like I just had to grind and figure out a way because it's something that I really wanted to happen. I realized how well my students over here were doing with it, and so from that I made engineering camps for the kids in the other schools in the Atlanta area that didn't necessarily have maker spaces at their school so that they could come and experience it. And I was like, okay, then what do I do I still got family members in Ghana. When I was living in Ghana, this is something I would have wanted, right? So I was like, how do I make it happen there too? And I did that, and then I formed partnership with Maker's Place, and then with TechLit Africa, and just keep trying to take step by step by step. And maybe the answer is that you it sounds everybody is saying on the panel. Maybe you just do it so well that the productivity and the effectiveness cannot be denied, and they'll be forced to adopt it. Maybe that's the answer, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's a collective thing where people just have to. If you know your local government, you have to go there and you have to go and rally for it. You know, you got to go knock on your doors and make sure that they understand that these are things that you want adopted at your schools at the local level and things like that. There has to be a very powerful voice saying that we want this, right? And pointing to the different examples that we have here from the Yamaranta model to make us place to everybody else that like we are doing this and it's working well for our students. Our students are innovating in class and they're doing this, and this is already the evidence you need. You know, we're not asking you to do something that is not proven. Right. We have examples of so many students in that room right there that have done so much and done so well, and are about to display all their work in the robotics competition. Right. This is evidence, and therefore they need to come and stand behind this. You know, and so I think that maybe like we're already doing a lot, and they need to see this and also come join us.
Do we have time for 2 questions? Okay, 2 questions only from you. 2.
Hello?
Everyone is too busy reflecting. Yes.
Come on, students, don't all stand up at once. You've got to have some question.
Perhaps a question about career or your aspirations, advice?
Don't be afraid to ask. There is no such thing as a bad question.
Who's going to win the competition tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's all they're caring about right now. Yeah.
All right. If not, then I'm going to go around the panelists and ask them what the future looks like. I mean, if you were to dream about a future and how we are using our STEAM education to bring about innovations, what sort of things do you see for us in the future?
Well, I see the future in front of me. You are the future. So what I see is you rising up as the leaders and problem solvers of tomorrow. I see you as the leaders that will come up with a vision that will guide this country and influence the world. I see you as the future of tech, and I'm humbled to have spent a little time with you today. Thank you.
I too see a future of leaders, but I see Ghana standing out like Kenya as a tech hub for everyone to come and get advice, grow and develop, because this was an enabling area. I see my country, Nigeria, supporting that with all the tech and innovation. In fact, West Africa, showing everyone else how to do it. But the most important thing is that you grow, you learn, you share, you repeat. You grow, you learn, you share, you repeat. Because you in 10 years' time are going to be the old ones. And the new ones are going to come along. They're going to know something else. And then the new ones are going to come along. So keep laying really nice seeds.
Recording in progress.
Seeds for the future that's here now, and the future that's going to be. And I wish you all luck for the robotics competition tomorrow.
She took my line. I got to come up with something new here. What I see honestly, the reason that we're here from CU Denver is because we see promise, we see innovation, we see a generation that we need to really welcome to the United States, to our education system, to our culture, to the diversity of our university. You bring so much value from your educational system, your diverse growth as a human being in this country and what you've dealt with, and the diversity in your life. And if you were to come to the U.S. and have a shared education with those of your peers, the end value for the United States, for our university, for you, and for coming back, and for bringing other people back to Ghana. I mean, look at F.J. Kava. He came partnering with Kafui from California, and he was born in Philadelphia, and he lives here. The more I hear about people that are living here, that want to help change. I mean, FJ didn't come here for obvious reason. He came here because he wants to help make an impact, because he wants to help make a change. And I imagine our team this week have all agreed that we want to come back. We want to see how to increase relationships. We've been to Shashi University. We've been to University of Cape Coast. We go to University of Ghana on Thursday. And all we see is promise in those relationships. Whether it's the student pipeline, the interactions, our faculty teaching a course that you as students here would be able to take, or our students taking a course that you offer here. And that cultural diversity and the acceptance and learning from each other would be something we can all benefit from, and I've seen it in just this week. So I see all of you contributing in so many different ways, not only through what you're learning in robotics, but also you don't see the value right now by the time you get to a university age of what you bring in perspective, in life experience. That's what people in the US need to see. They need to see how much of a leader your culture is and how much you want to innovate and change.
As far as what I see for the future, I think that, to me, there are so many people working so hard, right? And you get disappointed when you work so hard, and at the end of your hard work, like, you're hoping there's a job that you'll be able to take care of your family and things like that, and you don't have that, right? So I feel like the mechanism that takes your hard work as an input and provides some outcomes on that output is broken, right? And it's broken in a lot of different places, and that we have an opportunity to do something about it, right? And so what I want to see is, for our future, is just people trying. Just keep trying, just keep shooting your shot, just keep trying. The first school that I tried to work with, it didn't work out, right? There were a lot of different factors, but like I had to learn from that experience, right? And I had to keep moving forward. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, failure is going to happen, like, along the way, and you just have to figure out what happened, learn from it, and then move forward. And for the future, if you just keep doing that, you just keep iterating and building and getting better, things are going to get better, as long as you don't give up. And I also hope that, as part of the future, that our institutions, they rally around us, because it's really difficult to do things when you feel like you're doing it alone. And even with as much progress as we're making and things like that, like, we do have a government, we do have an education system, we do have all these things, and the future is with them partnering with us in a way that actually makes sense, with us in a way that actually works, with us in a way that actually supports our students and supports outcomes. I hope everybody can go to university and all of that, but like, I don't want university to be the only answer, right? You have to have an answer in your JSS level or JHS level. You have to have an answer in your SHS level. How wonderful would it be if you could graduate not only with your diploma in SHS, but like also a certificate in some program that you can go work in, you know, or with an apprenticeship. You know, there are so many different avenues where we can insert these mechanisms to produce better outcomes for our people. And I feel like a lot of it is a lot of the problem is with us being stuck in the idea that you have to go to JHS and you have to go to SHS and you have to go to university and then you graduate and then you can start becoming a productive member of society, then you can start working and things like that. So like, there are so many places before that that you could have started contributing, right? There are so many places before that that you could have received training that allows you to enter the workforce and produce for your family and things. So I feel like we have to, the future is with us looking at these systems and figuring out how we can make them better for us in a practical way and how we can make it work for our people.
I think you can do better than that. Thank you so much. I'm going to attempt to do a very quick summary of this. We've had a very interesting discussion. I don't know whether we bored you and that's why you were so quiet, or whether it's because you were reflecting on the things that we've been talking about. I hope it's the latter. Yes. We're talking about the role, really, of STEAM education in promoting innovation. This is what we have been talking about. We learned that, yes, indeed, STEAM education can promote or can foster innovation, because we've seen many examples, and the speakers all had examples that they shared with us. We talked about how our teachers are important. However, the teachers are doing so much, and they need to be recognized, they need to be supported with professional development programs, with tools that are necessary for them to do their work well. We talked about different types of assessment, you know, and evaluation of creativity and innovation in our students. And mainly what we talked about under that is, it's no longer about just getting a certificate at the end of a certain period of study. It's more about an ability to demonstrate what you can do with what you have learned. And we got from our panelists also that there are opportunities. In fact, if you are able to demonstrate and you're able to get something out of what you are learning, there are jobs, and a whole lot of jobs that are available. And being where we are these days, you don't need to be somewhere geographically in order to be able to work there. There are opportunities that you can get right here, sitting in Ghana. Then we talked about the role of government, and panelists' views are this. You should know who is in charge so that you can go to them to seek for partnership, not for them to lead the way. Because from all the examples we have, no government has been leading the way in bringing about these kinds of changes we've been discussing. Rather, they will come on board when we have shown that we can move and they can be partners. Finally, I asked the panelists to talk about a future, and each one of them had a very bright future that they see for all of us here. That things are going to get better as long as we don't give up. So we've got to a certain point. There is no turning back. We need to keep doing the things we are doing, refine what we are doing, do it even better, and then we will have a very bright future ahead of us. Please, did I miss something? On that note, I would like to thank our panelists so much for making time to have this conversation. Please, let's continue the conversation. There is so much we can learn from each other. And so let's not just stop right here. Let's continue discussing, sharing ideas, reflecting on what we can do even better. Thank you so much. I also want to thank all of you. Yes, all of you for paying attention and for participating in this session and for making it a successful session. Let's continue the discussion. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks to our moderator. And for those of you who don't know, Professor Kaufman is like the most famous quiz mistress in the whole of Ghana. And so the whole of the world. So they all know her, you know. So she's a big-time celebrity superstar. And I took a picture with her and I was starstruck myself. So yeah, we're happy to have you here, Prof. Yes. When does your baby start again? They want to know when the competition is starting, and she will tell you later. Regionals will start in April. You heard it here first, all right? So prepare and meet her. The question of the day, right? All right. Before we have remarks from our sponsors, I'd like to just bring onto the stage President of the Association of Ghana Industries, Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake. He says he has a cute message for you. Short. He said he has a small message for you. So here, the big man with a small message.
Yeah, when Prof asked the question, have I missed anything? And I was looking, I said, yes, you missed something. I was the only one who said yes, because I saw everybody say, oh yes, you didn't miss anything. But Anthony mentioned the collaboration with the private sector. It is what it is. And I was looking at the various advert and the sponsorship there, and perchance I couldn't even identify any industry or any retailer, but these are, apart from the media houses that are perhaps doing a barter system with you, am I correct? Maybe a bit of collaboration. I want to see a number of industry and see people sponsoring you and taking this. That is the collaboration. That is the next stage. It defines sustainability. It deepens all the lab centers that we have. Airtad, it's a platform. But the main game is within the labs. We need to deepen the understanding and consolidate and push in sustainability plans in there. And Anthony and I started discussing one already. He's an expert in that space. And, you know, I did say I was off, but he asked me to stop. And I took a phone call and I canceled the meeting. And I said, I'll listen to you. So, Prof, the next stage of this engagement, when Kafui came around, I said, okay, no. Let me deepen it. Collaboration, sustainability, and it's the private sector that will drive this. That of government, you have been told already. We want to be part of this. And I've offered to my team and my colleagues, I'll push my executives to sign an MOU collaboration from industry with a team. And I will dare create a platform for an ICT program, and it should showcase this to industry, where the president and the new minister of trade should be seated to see what you are doing. That is the collaboration. We give an awareness to the president and the government through private sector. I offer you that. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Straight to the point. He promised it would be short and sweet, and he delivered. Thank you very much, Dr. Dake. I'll now call on Mr. Kafui Prebi, a project director of Implementers, as well as and to come up onto the stage to join us, as well as Mr. Jaffet. Please come up.
Yeah. So I'll speak just before my boss speaks. When he speaks, and then everything is all done, I think we'll come to the end. I want to say a very, very big thank you, Prof, the executives. Some of you have been with us all day, CSIR, friends from TechAid, HAF, all of you. I only want to say a very, very big thank you. When the question was asked, where is the future, or where do we see this technology going, you nailed it. They're right here in the room. And tomorrow you're going to see. Today we saw snippets of what they can do. I was blown away. But I'm looking forward to one team that should win tomorrow. I'm looking forward to a particular team to win. I saw a lot of great things. But all those, I have to keep my reservations, but some of them really touched my heart. I sat here and listened to all of you present. For me, what was very exciting is that this year, the teachers, you allowed the children to speak for themselves. I mean, that is one thing that blew me. And some of the terms that they were talking, I don't want to mention those particular ones, but I learned a lot from all those terms that the children were, putting out there. It just tells me how much they've marinated themselves in the whole process. It really excites me. So I can say that let's put our hands together for especially the center managers. You guys are doing an awesome job. Let's see you out. Let's see you out, center managers. Let's see you out. 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 You guys are my stars. You are my stars. Please, what you're doing, you do not know. It will come back to you. It will definitely come back full circle. You think today you are spending time and doing all this, but the opportunities that have been created, if I look back 20 years ago, this is how I started giving time and effort to community. I started a project called Catch IT Young, where I went from school to school and building the next generation. And today we have people working with us to change all this. So I want to encourage you, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. So thank you all very much for this first day of gathering. You all know me now. I've had some wonderful time. Most of the students all want to have pictures with me because I think they met me from last year and in Gambia and all that. I'm so appreciative. And I'm very happy to see all of you. Normally, there are three of us that do the speaking. It will be Jonathan, my assistant, myself, and then the president closes the event. For some reason, she's elected for Kafu and I to close the event. I think I will just make it very short and brief, because I think we're going to do the same thing again tomorrow, which is a closing session. So just in brief, I will turn it over to my deputy to close it out for us. Jonathan?
It's easy. Wow. What an amazing day. What an amazing day. And Anthony, you put it absolutely right. This room, you are the future. You who are the center managers, the teachers, and then behind us, the students. You are the future. And it is so wonderful to see all of the things that you've accomplished. So I'm going to digress for 1 second. And I'm not picking anything out of the presentations from this morning. But what the question was, when we look out 10 years, 20 years, or as Ashesi did, for 30 years, what does the world look like? What does Ghana look like? What do you have to do to make the change that's necessary? And among those things that you have to do is adapt. We are in the world that we're in, and those of us from another generation have brought problems to you that we now are leaving for you to solve. And most of those solutions are going to come from adapting to what has been created. And in those presentations that we saw earlier, many of them dealt with agricultural issues. And that's where some of the keys are going to come, what your future looks like. So I apologize for what we've done. I apologize for some of the problems that we've created. And I have an unbelievable, unfathomable amount of hope that all of you are going to bring about huge change. And so I'm looking forward not only to seeing all of your innovations and all of the work that you're doing tomorrow, but I'm sure out of that, you will become the leaders that will guide us for the next 10, 20, 30, and beyond years. So thank you. It's been a real pleasure to be here.
All right, and before we go, just want to take a nice big group photo, family photo. So all the speakers who came up, panelists, moderators, friends from CU Denver, and everybody. We want a big group photo here. I'm just taking instructions from my boss. Yeah. Yes, so please come up. Sponsors, partners, Helping Africa Foundation, implementers, TechAid, CU Denver, all the panelists, all the moderators who are here. Yes. Who's our official photographer? So you arrange them nicely for me. Do they go up on the stage or they do it right here? Some should go up. Some can come up here. Yeah. It's too high or the next level? Yeah, this level is okay. Can we have some here? Center. This is the center. This is the center. Hello, this is the center. I'm the center of the room. This is the center. Yes, yes. So some can stand on the black. Yes. Yes. And then some in the front. Yes. So a photographer is a very silent photographer. You're supposed to arrange them now. Tell them what to do, brother. Unless you want to come and MC. Yeah, tell them what to do, you know. Yeah. No, so. Yeah. Bros, talk to them, talk to them. Who is the last person? The lady or the gentleman? Yes. Jemima, are you not part of the photo? No? Okay. All right, so is that good? These people, all right, I think your heads are going to show in the photo, so he wants you to move a little bit. Yes. Yes. Is that okay? All right. Okay. All right, smile, because next year your pictures will be on our, yeah, if you don't smile, it won't be good. Are they smiling? All right, nice one. Okay. Another one? Okay, join them. Who is coming? Who do I call? Center managers? Implementers. Implementers, join them. All right. Where are the implementers? Guys, run, run. Implementers must run. Run into the shot. Where are the implementers? Implementers, jog, jog. If you can't run, jog. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Implementers. There you go. Implementers, implementers. Jog, 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 jog. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Make it go. Tell him jog, 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 jog. Clap for him, clap for him, clap for him, clap for him. Yeah. This guy is a boxer. I like his moves. Charlie, jog, 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 jog. We're waiting for you. Come, bum, 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 bum. And then hop up. Boom. All right, I think we're done. Any more implementers? All right, we're done. Smile. Please stay. I want to join you guys. All right. Center managers, are you around? Yeah, come around. TechAid. TechAid. What? TechAid and then center managers. TechAid, center managers, stand by. TechAid first. TechAid, we need you. TechAid, jog in, jog in. We're waiting for you. If you don't take the photo, we can't go home. TechAid. So this is TechAid, right? TechAid, all right. Lovely. Center manager, stand by. Is this TechAid? Charlie, guys are too relaxed. Let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move. Come on, TechAid, move. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Some of them have football experience. The way they squat. This guy be footballer, I should say. Sergio Ramos. All right. Let's smile. Beautiful. Center managers, where are you? Show by hand. Center managers. You are next. You are replacing tech aid. Okay. Big smiles. Fantastic. Yes, clap for yourselves. Clap, clap. Please clap for them. And let them clap for themselves. All right. Good. All right. Thank you. Center managers, come. You're wrapping it up for us. After you, we're going home. Center managers, join them, and we are done. He's praying. Okay, what's his name? You can't do it.
No, the students, you can't get all.
You can't get it. You can't do that.
Maybe we can just do jamboree style.
Please say the case. After center managers, the students. Are you ready? Students, are you ready? Oh, I can't hear you. Are you ready? Yes, the jollof is wearing off. All right, students, come. Students, join them. Come on, students, come. Yes. Some of you can go on the back. Yes, behind. There's space behind. You'll be tall. Yeah, that's it. And some can also come down here. Some of you can squat, like. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Yes. All right. Yeah, I hear ladies don't run, so yeah, they just walk. Is that not true? All right. Okay. Some should come here. Some should come here. Come here. Yes. This way. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, big smiles. When I say on count of three, say Airtad 23. 1, 2, 3. Airtad 23. Yay. So, and you have to add a yay to it, okay? And the yay must be very long. So 1, 2, 3. Airtad 23. Yay! GES reps, you are the last ones. GES reps, where are you? GES reps, join my VIPs quickly. We don't have time. GES reps, quickly. GES reps, last photo. And then Thomas Ekuban, please stand by. These are the GES reps, Ghana Education Service. Last photo, thank you. Remember, tomorrow we start 9 o'clock sharp, robotics competition. It's going to be exciting. Make sure you're here early. Thank you very much, guests, partners, sponsors. Thank you so much. Mr. Thomas Ekuban, pray us home.
Okay. Can we be on our feet with our eyes closed? So, gracious Lord, we are appreciative of what you've done today, for traveling mercies, for taking us through and flow, for taking us through today's activities successfully. We ask God that as we go home, you protect us and take us safely. And tomorrow, give us the energy to come and face the day and go out with all the accomplishments we've done. We thank you, we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So for interviews, we have a booth, photo booth outside. When you step outside to the right, where the red carpet is, correct? We do all our interviews there. Please take part in some of the stuff that's been exhibited there. I did some interesting virtual reality stuff, fighting dragons and all kinds of things. Very interesting. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp for the competition. Thank you. My name is Kafui Day. Enjoy the rest of the day. Day one has been exciting. Day two will be even more thrilling. Thank you. Enjoy your evening. Good night.
Center managers, GES, please ensure your batteries are charged, your Arduino boards, every battery that has to be charged, please charge them before tomorrow, right? Get your equipment ready, charge your batteries.